Your so-called traditional yoga is nothing but a long calculated torture of the body. You force yourselves into rigid postures, suppressing your inner madness, and you dare to call this a spiritual discipline? I tell you, all your conventional prayers and repetitions are absolutely fake. They are merely hypnotic tricks to paralyze your mind. A forced mind is never truly silent. It is simply a volcano waiting to erupt. Unless you throw out your chaos first, sitting silently in these poses will only drive you insane. We live in a deep illusion, the illusion of hope, of future, of tomorrow. As man is, man cannot exist without self-deceptions. Friedrich Nietzsche says somewhere that man cannot live with the true. He needs dreams. He needs illusions. He needs beautiful lies to exist. And Nietzsche is absolutely right. As you are right now, you cannot face the truth. This has to be understood very deeply, because without understanding it, there can be no entry into the real inquiry which is called yoga. The mind has to be understood deeply. The mind which needs lies, the mind which needs illusions, the mind which cannot adjust with the real, the mind which continuously needs dreams. You are not dreaming only in the night when you close your eyes. Even while awake right now, as you look at me or listen to my words, a dream current goes on within you. Continuously, beneath the surface, the mind is creating dreams, images, fantasies, and projections. Modern scientists now say that a man can live without sleep for days, but he cannot live without dreams. In the old days, it was understood that physical sleep was the fundamental biological necessity, but modern research has shattered that idea. Sleep is not the primary necessity. Sleep is needed only so that you can have a stage upon which to dream. Dream is the real food of the ego. If you are kept asleep during the night but are awakened every single time you begin to dream, you will wake up in the morning feeling completely exhausted, tired, and depleted, as if you have not slept at all. The whole night this rhythm goes on. You fall into deep, dreamless sleep for about 45 minutes. Then the dream phase comes in, then back to dreamless rest. If your sleep is disturbed during the dreamless period, you do not miss anything. But if your dream is broken, your mind feels starved. The human mind feeds on auto-deception, and this very same pattern continues throughout your waking day. You walk down the street, You work in your office, you talk to your partner, but you are not really there. You are absent. Inside, you are deeply occupied with a floating cloud of fantasies, and the greatest fantasy of all is your projection of hope into the future. Why do you project the future? Because your present is almost always a hell. You can tolerate it, you can prolong it only because of the opium of hope that you have projected into the tomorrow. You live today because you believe that tomorrow something wonderful is going to happen, that some magnificent doors of paradise will open up for you. But let me tell you, those doors never open today. And when tomorrow arrives, it does not come as a tomorrow, it comes as today. But by the time it arrives, your insidious mind has already jumped ahead into the next tomorrow. You go on moving ahead of your own being, always jumping ahead, never standing where you are. This is exactly what dreaming means. You are completely alienated from the real, from that which is nearby, from that which is right here and now. You are always somewhere else, always escaping. If you feel this truth echoing in the deep spaces of your heart, if you see how your own mind has kept you running in circles, take a moment to leave a comment below, sharing your own reflections. Subscribe to this channel and share this video with those who are still asleep in their dreams. To dive deeper into these understandings and carry these insights into your daily life, you can also explore our sacred digital library and purchase our ebooks available in the description below, which serve as true mirrors for the soul. You have named this tomorrow in so many decorative ways. The worldly man calls it wealth, prestige, and power, while the so-called religious man calls it heaven, paradise, or moksha. But it does not matter what name you give it, it is always in the future. You waste your precious present for that which is not. It seems too arduous to just be in the moment, to just look at what is case. The mind finds it much easier to escape into the past through memories or into the future through projections. And what is your future? Your future is nothing but your past projected again, only more colorful, more pleasant, more refined, and more heavily air-conditioned. You cannot even think of anything truly new, because your thoughts are bound by what you have already experienced. So you take the dead past, polish it, and throw it into the tomorrow. And both of these states do not exist. The past is no more, the future is not yet. Only the present is, but you are never in the present. This is the basic insanity of human life. No one really wants the truth, even though everyone goes around claiming they are searching for it. Your so-called truths are nothing but beautiful, comforting lies. You are terrified of seeing the naked reality, because if you see the naked reality, your whole ego structure will collapse. And a mind that is constantly looking for comfort, a mind that feeds on lies, can never enter the path of yoga. Why? Because yoga is a radical methodology to reveal the truth as it is. Yoga is a precise science to bring about a non-dreaming mind. It is the strict science of being here and now. Yoga means you are finally ready not to move into the future. Yoga means you are ready to drop all hope, ready not to jump ahead of your own being. It means you are courageous enough to encounter reality exactly as it is, without any masks, without any filtering. Therefore, a person can enter the path of yoga only when he is totally frustrated with his own mind, with his own way of existing up to now. If you are still hoping that you can gain something through your mind, if you are still looking for achievements and fulfillments through your ego, yoga is not for you. A total absolute frustration is the first prerequisite. You must come to the realization that your mind is an exercise in futility, that your hoping is absolute nonsense, and that it leads you absolutely nowhere except to the graveyard. Your mind acts as a sophisticated drug. It intoxicates you. It protects you against reality, and it keeps your eyes tightly shut. Unless you are totally disillusioned by this inner mechanism, unless you are ready to drop it unconditionally, you cannot enter this path. Millions of people become superficially interested in yoga, but very few actually enter its temple. Why? Because their interest is still a game of the mind. They are hoping that through yoga they will gain something magnificent. They will become perfect. They will attain the blissful state of liberation. They will achieve Satchitananda, or they will become extraordinary spiritual giants. The achieving motive, the desire to reach somewhere, is still sitting there. If this is the case, then there can be no meeting between you and the path of yoga. You are moving in a completely opposite dimension. Yoga means that now there is no hope, now there is no future, now there are no desires. One is ready to know simply what is, because only the real can free you. Only the reality can become your ultimate liberation. to sustain this space of truth, to support the continuation of these profound teachings, and to help us transmit these timeless insights to seekers across the globe, I invite you to click the join button right now on your screen to become a dedicated member of our spiritual family. You can also express your love and gratitude by offering a contribution through the Super Thanks button, which directly feeds the energy needed to keep this river of consciousness flowing freely. You must reach a state of total despair, what Gautama Buddha called dukkha. If you are really in misery, do not use hope to dull the pain, because your hope will only prolong your agony. Hope is an insidious drug that erases your awareness and carries you straight into death. All your expectations are leading you to the grave, to become totally hopeless, to realize that there is no future and no escape requires immense courage. But such a moment comes to every human being at some point or another. A moment arrives when you look at your life and you see absolute meaninglessness staring you in the face. You realize that whatsoever you have been doing is completely useless, that wheresoever you are going is nowhere, and that your whole life has been a hollow joke. Suddenly, all hopes drop, the future vanishes, and for the first time, you are in tune with the present. For the first time, you are face to face with the naked reality. Unless this foundational moment comes to you, you can go on doing all kinds of traditional yoga asanas, postures, and breathing exercises, but it will not be yoga at all. It will just be a refined form of gymnastics, a physical torture to satisfy your ego. True yoga is an inward turning. It is a total radical about turn. When you are no longer moving into the future, when you are no longer escaping into the past, then your energy starts moving within yourself, because your being is here and now. It is never in the tomorrow. You are present right here, and you can enter this reality only if your mind is also right here. This precise existential threshold is indicated by the very first sutra of Patanjali, Atha Yoga Nusasanam. Now, the discipline of yoga. But before we unpack this monumental sutra, a few things must be cleared from your intellect. First, yoga is not a religion. Remember that very clearly. Yoga is not Hindu. It is not Mohammedan. It is not Christian. It is not Jewish. Yoga is a pure, unadulterated science. Just like mathematics, physics, or chemistry, the laws of physics are not Christian, nor are they Buddhist. If a Christian scientist discovers a law of physics, the law itself remains universal. It doesn't become a member of the church. It is a pure science. Yoga is an exact science of the inner being. It is just an accident of history that Hindus discovered it, but yoga belongs to no race and no dogma. It is a pure mathematics of the inner climate. Therefore, anyone, a Mohammedan, a Christian, a Jain, or an atheist, can become a yogi without changing their outer labels. And in this world of inner exploration, Patanjali is the absolute pinnacle. This man is rare, unique, incomparable. For the first time in the history of human consciousness, Patanjali brought religion to the status of an absolute science. He stripped it of all poetry, all mythology, and all belief systems, leaving only bare, unshakable laws. Traditional religions are completely dependent on belief. The only difference between one religion and another is the specific set of dogmas they ask you to accept blindly. A Hindu believes in certain stories, a Christian in others, a Muslim in others. The difference is entirely superficial, a matter of cultural dressing. But yoga demands no belief whatsoever. Yoga doesn't say to believe in anything. Yoga says to experience. Just as outer science says to experiment, inner science says to experience. Experiment and experience are two sides of the same coin. Experiment means what you can do outside in a laboratory. Experience means what you can do inside in the laboratory of your own being. Outer science tells you to doubt as much as you can, not to believe blindly. But it also tells you not to disbelieve blindly, because disbelief is just another blind belief inverted. You can believe that God is with a fanatic attitude, or you can believe that God is not with the exact same fanaticism. Atheists and theists are both believers, living in the exact same psychological trap. Belief is not the realm of science. Science means investigating that which is, without any prior conclusions. Yoga is existential, experiential, and experimental. No faith is required, only the immense courage to experience. And that is precisely what is lacking in the world. It is very easy to believe, because in belief You are not required to transform your life. Belief is just something added on to you, a superficial coating, a safe decoration. Your core remains completely untouched. You go through no inner mutation. You can be a Hindu today and become a Christian tomorrow simply by putting down the Bhagavad Gita and picking up the Holy Bible. You change your book, you change your church, you change your vocabulary. But the man who was holding the Gita and is now holding the Bible remains exactly the same. He is still angry, is still greedy, is still violent, and is still deeply afraid. Beliefs are like clothes. They change nothing substantial. If you dissect a Hindu and a Mohammedan, inside they are the exact same human mechanisms. One bows before a temple, the other before a mosque, but their psychological diseases are identical. Yoga is not a belief system. That's why it is so difficult, so arduous, and to many it seems completely impossible. It is an uncompromisingly existential approach. You will come to know the truth not through someone else's holy scriptures, but through your own immediate realization. This means you will have to be completely shattered. Your old viewpoints, your mechanical lifestyle, your entire conditioning must be broken into pieces. Something totally new has to be born out of your ashes. Only with that fresh, unpolluted state of being can you come into contact with reality. Therefore, yoga is both a catastrophic death and a magnificent new birth. As you are right now, you must die. Unless the seed falls into the dark earth and completely dissolves, dying as a seed, the new plant cannot arise. Your death as an ego is your birth as an infinite being. Yoga is not a philosophy either. It is not something you can sit in an armchair and think about, or write brilliant intellectual theses upon. Thinking will never do. Thinking goes on entirely in your head. It has no roots in your actual being. It is just a superficial, functional part of you that can be trained through schooling. You can argue very logically. You can think incredibly rationally, but your heart remains exactly the same primitive mess. Your heart is your deepest center. Your head is just a peripheral branch. You can exist perfectly well without your head, but you cannot exist for a single second without your heart. Yoga is concerned with your total entity, with your root systems. It is absolutely non-philosophical. With Patanjali, We are not going to engage in speculations. We are going to learn the absolute mathematical laws of inner transformation. Patanjali is like an Einstein in the world of Buddhas. He is a phenomenon of unimaginable proportions. He possesses the exact same rigorous, logical, and scientific precision of a Max Planck or a Heisenberg. He is not a poet like Krishna. He is not a moralist like Mahavira. He is a pure scientist. He has deduced the ultimate working structure of the human mind and reality. If you follow his sutras, they function with the exactness of any mathematical formula. You simply do what he says, and the result is guaranteed to happen. It is just like 2 plus 2 becoming 4, or water evaporating precisely at 100 degrees. No faith is required. You simply perform the experiment and see the data for yourself. In Buddha's utterances, poetry is bound to be there because the realm of ultimate ecstasy is so breathtakingly beautiful that the temptation to use poetic language is almost irresistible. When the inner splendor explodes within you, you want to dance, you want to sing, you want to shout in ecstasy to the whole cosmos. Jesus, Krishna, Buddha, they all surrendered to this poetry. But Patanjali completely resists it. This is a miracle. No one else has ever managed to remain so detached. He refuses to use even a single poetic symbol. He will not talk about beauty, love, or emotional outbursts. He will speak exclusively in terms of mathematics. He gives you maxims, short telegrams. He will not waste words, nor will he try to express the inexpressible. He simply lays down the unshakable foundation, knowing that if you follow the foundation, you will automatically reach the peak that lies beyond all language. His first sutra is Atha Yoga Nusasanam. Now, the discipline of yoga. Look at that single word, now. It refers to that state of ultimate disillusionment I was just describing to you. If you have finally become aware of the utter futility of all your desires, if you see your life as a meaningless nightmare, if you are in absolute existential anguish, standing on the very brink of madness or suicide, because every path you have walked has proved to be a dead end, Patanjali says, now the discipline of yoga. Only in this specific state of inner crisis can you understand this science. If that moment has not yet arrived for you, you can go on studying yoga. You can become a massive scholar. You can write brilliant commentaries and give grand lectures, but you will remain light years away from being a yogi. Yoga is absolutely nothing if it is not a direct discipline. It is not a scripture, it is an action. It is a matter of life and death. Are you truly dissatisfied with your existence? Everyone will say yes, but that answer is a fake one. Your dissatisfaction is completely superficial. You are merely dissatisfied with this specific job or that specific partner or this particular house. You are not dissatisfied with the mechanism of hope itself. You are still secretly expecting that a new job, a new partner, or a new country will finally bring you the satisfaction you crave. You are dissatisfied because your past hopes failed, but your future is still heavily crowded with new expectations. When you become totally dissatisfied with hope as such, when you see that the very act of projecting into the future is a disease, then the real now has arrived, and only then can you cross the threshold into yoga. And this entry means entering into an absolute discipline. What is discipline? It means creating a profound inner order. As you are right now, you are nothing but a chaotic, disorderly crowd. George Gurdjieff, who was in many ways a scientific master like Patanjali, used to say that when an ordinary man says I, there is actually no real I there at all. You do not possess a single unified ego. You are a huge, noisy crowd of small, conflicting egos. In the morning, one small ego is sitting in the master's chair. In the afternoon, another ego takes over, and by the evening, a completely different entity is running the show. But you remain completely blind to this inner anarchy because you lack a centralized observer who could watch this mess. Discipline means that yoga wants to build a crystallized, immovable center within you. You cannot trust a crowd. Gurdjieff used to say that the primary characteristic of an ordinary human being is that he cannot promise. You cannot give a promise because you are not there to fulfill it. Who is going to fulfill it? Tonight at 11 o'clock, you feel full of inspiration and you make a solemn promise to yourself. Tomorrow morning, I will get up precisely at 4 o'clock to practice meditation. You go to sleep. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the alarm goes off. Suddenly, an insidious voice inside you says, "Why bother? It is freezing cold outside, and sleep is so sweet. I can easily do it tomorrow." And you turn off the alarm and fall back into sleep. When you wake up at 8 o'clock, you feel full of regret and self-condemnation, and you swear, "Tomorrow I will definitely do it." But let me tell you, tomorrow at 4 o'clock, the exact same comedy will repeat itself, because the entity who made the promise at 11 o'clock at night is no longer in the chair. You are like a rotating club. Every member takes a turn at being the chairman, and every single moment a different servant claims to be the absolute master of the house. Yoga is an intense effort to stop this rotation, to find your unshakable center. Patanjali calls this discipline anusasanam. The word discipline is beautiful. It shares its root with the word disciple, which means the capacity to learn, the capacity to know. But you can never learn, you can never know until you first possess the capacity to be. A political revolutionary, a social reformer, once came to Gautama Buddha and said, "The world is in immense misery and I want to serve humanity. I have a deep compassion within me. Tell me what I should do." Buddha looked at him with great silence and did not say a word. His disciple Anand asked, "Master, this man seems totally sincere and full of good intentions. Why do you remain silent?" Buddha turned to the revolutionary and said, "You want to serve the world, but where are you? I look deep inside you and I do not find anyone there. You do not have a center yet. And unless you are centered, whatsoever you do will only create more mischief, more confusion, and more hell on this earth. All your so-called leaders, reformers, and moralists are the greatest mischief mongers in history. The world would be infinitely more peaceful if all leaders vanished. They are uncentered crowds inside. So their compassion is nothing but pure poison. The discipline of yoga begins with the capacity to be. All the traditional yoga postures are not concerned with physical fitness or muscular training. They are entirely concerned with developing your capacity to sit still, your capacity to be. Patanjali says that if you can sit absolutely silently without moving your body even a single millimeter for a few hours, your capacity to be grows phenomenally. But look at yourself. You cannot sit without moving for even a few seconds. Your body starts trembling. An itch arises somewhere. Your legs go completely dead, and your mind fabricates 1,000 excuses to make you shift your position. These are insidious tricks of the mind to keep you in a state of constant, hectic activity, because the mind knows that if you stop moving, it will die. You are not a master. You are a helpless slave to a trembling body and a running mind. Patanjali's asanas are an inner training to make the body a quiet, passive slave. When the body becomes completely still, the mind is forced to become silent, because body and mind are not two separate things. They are the two poles of one single phenomenon. You are a psychosomatic entity, body, mind. The mind is simply the most subtle, invisible part of the body, and the body is the most gross, visible part of the mind. If the body is completely non-moving, the mind cannot move, because it loses the gross vehicle it needs to create its thoughts. In an absolutely motionless body, a profound stillness happens spontaneously. This is true discipline. And once you are centered, once you know what it means to simply be, an immense humility arises within you. You realize that all your egos were completely fake. You become empty, receptive, and a true disciple is born. In this emptiness, the Master can pour his entire being into you. This is the real meaning of satsang, to be in the immediate, glowing proximity of a centered Master, where his radiation flows into your open vessel like a river. Traditional yoga that focuses only on twisting the body into complex shapes is absolutely fake. It is an outer torture that strengthens your egoistic pride. True yoga is the absolute cessation of the mind, chitta vritti nirodha. When the mind ceases entirely, the inner witness is established in its own pristine purity. This establishment of the witness in its own nature is the ultimate destination of human consciousness. But at all other times, you are completely identified with the modifications of your mind. This identification is the root cause of all your miseries, all your bondages, and all your illusions. Patanjali states this reality with absolute mathematical clarity. When the mind is functioning, when the waves are moving on the surface of your consciousness, you lose your true identity and you become one with those waves. If a wave of anger arises in the lake of your consciousness, you do not simply observe it as a passing phenomenon. You immediately jump into it. You fuse with it. And you say with absolute certainty, I am angry. If a wave of sadness or despair passes through your inner climate, you do not remain a detached watcher on the shore. You drown in it. You wrap it around yourself like a shroud, and you declare, I am sad, I am miserable. This total blind identification with the changing clouds of the mind is the only barrier between you and the divine reality that already resides within you. You are the infinite, eternal sky, but you have become so obsessed with the passing clouds that you have completely forgotten your own vastness. You think you are the dark cloud of anger. You think you are the white cloud of virtue. You think you are the thunder of passion or the rain of sorrow. But you are none of these things. You are the space within which they all come, stay for a moment, and inevitably dissolve. To understand this mechanism, you must understand what the mind actually is. There is no such thing as an independent entity called the mind. The mind is just a collective noun, a functional illusion, like a crowd. If you remove all the individual people from a crowd, does the crowd remain? It vanishes completely, because the crowd was nothing but the sum total of the individuals standing together. In the exact same way, if you take away individual thoughts from the mind disappears entirely. There is no mind standing behind your thoughts. Thoughts themselves, moving in a rapid, continuous mechanical succession, create the appearance of a solid structure. It is precisely like a single point of fire rotated very quickly at the end of a stick in the darkness of the night. If you rotate that single spark with immense speed, you will see a brilliant solid circle of fire before your eyes. But is there an actual circle of fire? No. There is only a single spark moving so fast that your eyes cannot catch the gaps between its movements. The moment the rotation slows down or stops, the solid circle vanishes instantly, and only the single spark remains. This is the exact secret of the human mind. Your thoughts are moving with such frantic, insane speed that they create the illusion of a solid, permanent entity called the mind, which you then call your ego, yourself, or your identity. Yoga is the process of slowing down this frantic rotation of thoughts. When the rotation slows down, gaps begin to appear between the thoughts, and in those gaps, for the first time in your life, you get a glimpse of your true reality. You see that you are not the thoughts, but the vast, silent, unmoving space through which the thoughts are traveling. But because you are terrified of this vast emptiness, because you are deeply afraid of facing the absolute silence of your own non-being, you have created a massive, sophisticated network of traditional games to keep your mind heavily occupied. And the two most famous, most widely celebrated games in this fraudulent network are traditional prayers and traditional yoga. Let us dissect traditional prayers first, because they are a supreme manifestation of human hypocrisy and self-deception. What do you do when you go to a church, a temple, or a mosque to pray? You stand or kneel before a stone idol, a cross, or an empty wall, and you begin a loud verbal monologue. You have projected a magnificent anthropomorphic deity sitting somewhere high above the clouds, a cosmic emperor with a giant ego, and you start praising him. You tell him how great he is, how merciful he is, how all-powerful he is. Why are you flattering him? Because your mind is deeply rooted in fear and greed. Your traditional prayer is not an act of love. It is an insidious business transaction, a psychological bribe designed to manipulate the cosmos for your own petty egoistic gains. You ask this projected God for wealth, for health, for success in your business, for the destruction of your enemies, or for a comfortable air-conditioned seat in heaven after you die. This is pure commerce. It is an extension of the marketplace into the realm of the sacred. You are attempting to negotiate with the absolute, using your words as currency to buy divine favors. How can a mind that is completely filled with greed, fear, and ambition ever touch the divine reality? Your prayers are nothing but the loud, distorted echoes of your own uncentered inner crowd. You are simply talking to your own projections, shouting your desires into the empty sky and calling it a holy act. It is an absolute fiction, a psychological drug that helps you sleep more peacefully at night by giving you the false comfort that a giant cosmic father figure is looking after your investments. True prayer has absolutely nothing to do with words, scriptures, or demands. True prayer cannot be spoken. It cannot be voiced. It cannot be written down in books. True prayer happens only when your insidious mind has completely ceased to exist, when you have nothing to say, when you have dropped all your complaints, all your desires, all your requests, and all your flatteries. When you stand before the vast universe in absolute, unadulterated silence, with an empty heart, that very emptiness is the only genuine prayer that existence hears. God is not a person to be addressed. God is the name of that supreme quality of silence that arises within you when the ego is entirely absent. Traditional prayers are completely fake because they protect your ego. They feed your illusions of a future reward, and they keep you trapped in the mechanical rotation of thoughts. They act as a spiritual aspirin, adjusting you to your inner misery rather than destroying the root of the disease. The second grand illusion is what the world proudly calls traditional yoga. Go to any modern yoga studio, look at any contemporary textbook on the subject, or observe the famous ascetics who practice on the banks of the sacred rivers. What are they doing? They are practicing an extreme, aggressive form of physical torture. They are forcing their bodies into unnatural, violent positions, twisting their spines, standing on their heads for hours, starving their tissues, and suppressing their biological senses. They believe that by waging a brutal war against their flesh, they will somehow conquer the spirit. This is a monumental misunderstanding, a deep psychological sickness born out of the arrogance of the ego. The ego loves a fight. It thrives on struggle, conflict, and friction. If you tell the ego to go out into the external world and conquer a nation, it is incredibly happy because it can prove its power through dominance. And if you tell that very same ego to turn inwards and conquer the body through severe asceticism, it becomes even happier because now it can claim a superior, highly refined form of spiritual status. It can look down upon the ordinary humanity and say, "Look at me, I have conquered my sleep, I have conquered my hunger, I can stand on one leg for days, I am a great saint, a master of the flesh." This traditional yoga is nothing but an intense form of spiritual masochism. It is a violent division of your organic unity into two hostile camps, the torturer and the tortured. The mind becomes the tyrannical master, and the body becomes the oppressed, suffering slave. But who is torturing whom? You are torturing yourself. You have created a civil war within your own organism. And the more you fight your own nature, the more stubborn, rigid, stiff, and closed you become. You do not become a fluid, overflowing stream of divine consciousness. You become a dead, cold stone. You become an arrogant, egoistic ascetic whose heart is completely barren of love because you cannot even love your own body. How can a man who hates his own physical frame, who treats it with violence and cruelty, ever know the supreme sweetness of unconditional love or meditation? This traditional approach is a pure egoistic trip disguised as holiness. a physical torture designed to satisfy the subconscious desire for power. It is absolutely fake because it keeps your awareness completely fixated on the physical frame. If you are forcing your muscles into an agonizing position, your mind is heavily present, constantly registering the pain, constantly calculating how long you can endure it, constantly patting itself on the back for its supreme willpower. You are deeply identified with the material structure. You are light years away from the witness. Patanjali's true science of yoga is completely opposed to this traditional torture. Patanjali defines the physical aspect of yoga with an incredibly simple, beautiful, and revolutionary formula: Sthira Sukham Asanam. That posture, which is absolutely steady and completely comfortable, is an asana. Look at the word comfortable. Patanjali does not say that your posture should be painful, agonizing, or difficult. He says it must be profoundly comfortable, relaxed, and effortless. True yoga is not an exercise in willpower. It is an exercise in absolute letting go. It is a deep, harmonious alignment where you allow your body to settle into such a perfect state of equilibrium that all physical tensions spontaneously dissolve. You do not force the body into a mold. You cooperate with it. You listen to its wisdom. You treat it with immense love and deep reverence, because this body is the visible temple of the divine. When an asana is practiced according to Patanjali's scientific formula, there is no struggle, no sweat, no hummable effort. You simply sit in a comfortable, relaxed position and you drop all movement, and a miraculous thing happens when the body becomes perfectly still and totally comfortable. You completely forget that you even have a body. That complete forgetfulness of the physical frame is the only true sign that a real asana has been achieved. If you are still aware of your legs, if your spine is crying out in discomfort, if you are constantly adjusting your position, you have not entered the state of asana. You enter it only when the body becomes so quiet, so weightless, so transparent, that it completely disappears from your field of consciousness. And when the gross body disappears from your awareness, the insidious mind is left without its grounding vehicle. It can no longer throw its chaotic thoughts around, because the physical stillness forces the mental mechanism to slow down its rotation. the circle of fire begins to break. The gaps appear spontaneously. This is not torture. This is supreme relaxation. It is a transition from the hectic outer world of doing into the vast, silent inner world of being. But the ordinary human mind is addicted to doing. It cannot understand the language of non-doing. It wants to cultivate peace. It wants to practice silence. It wants to achieve meditation. But you cannot practice silence because the very practitioner is the noise. Your ego is the disturbance. If you try to practice silence, your practice will just be another layer of noise, a highly controlled synthetic quietness that covers up an erupting volcano of repressed desires. Look at the traditional seekers who sit in modern ashrams or monasteries, chanting mantras for hours, counting beads, burning exotic incense, and repeating holy names. They look very peaceful on the surface. They have an aura of calm around them, but that calm is entirely artificial. It is a psychological tranquilizer. Through continuous mechanical repetition of a single word or a sound, they have successfully hypnotized their brains. They have put their active intelligence into a deep state of sluggishness, a spiritual coma. It is exactly like taking a heavy dose of aspirin or an injection of morphine. Your psychological pain goes away. Your anxieties are temporarily suppressed, but the underlying disease remains completely untouched, festering in the dark cellars of your unconscious mind. These traditional rituals and chants act as sophisticated spiritual narcotics. They keep you adjusted to your basic insanity. They help you tolerate your inner chaos by providing a sweet, temporary escape. But they never bring about a radical explosion of consciousness. They protect the egoistic mind from the catastrophic death that yoga demands. They are absolutely fake because they treat the superficial symptom while carefully guarding the core illness. They allow you to remain exactly as you are, greedy, fearful, ambitious, and violent, while giving you a beautiful, comforting illusion of spiritual progress. True yoga is not a comforting sedative. It is a dangerous, revolutionary fire. It is a strict commitment to total awareness, a refusal to use any psychological drugs, any beautiful lies, or any traditional compromises to escape from the raw reality of your immediate present. It means looking directly into the terrifying abyss of your own inner emptiness. without any mantras, without any gods, without any prayers, and without any comforting scriptures. You must be willing to stand completely naked and alone in the face of the Absolute. Align the fire of pure, undiluted awareness to burn away everything that is false within you. This requires an entirely different quality of intelligence, a total shift from the logic of the mind to the wisdom of the witness. The mind can only function within the boundaries of the known. It can only repeat what it has been taught, what it has accumulated from the past. All your traditional prayers, all your conventional religious practices are parts of your social conditioning. You are a Christian because you were born in a Christian home. Are a Hindu because your parents told you stories of Krishna. Are a Muslim because you were trained in a mosque from your childhood. This is not your truth. It is a borrowed second-hand identity. It is a dead corpse that you are carrying on your shoulders, and you are trying to find life through it. Yoga demands that you drop all borrowed knowledge, all second-hand beliefs, and all conventional conditioning. You must become completely ignorant, completely empty of all answers, because only an empty vessel can be filled with the living waters of truth. If you already know the answers, if you are already heavily packed with dogmas and definitions, you will never look for the real. Your preconceived notions will act as a thick, opaque screen, distorting everything you see. You will only look for confirmations of your old beliefs. You will never discover that which is radically new. To enter the path of Patanjali means to drop the whole luggage of your past at the very gateway. It means stepping into the unknown with an open, vulnerable, and innocent mind, a non-judgmental mind that does not categorize, does not evaluate, and does not project. You simply sit and look at what is. You watch the modifications of your mind without any identification, without any condemnation, and without any choice. This choiceless awareness is the core secret of the entire yogic science. When a thought arises, you do not judge it as good or bad. You do not try to suppress it, and you do not run after it into the future. You simply look at it with the same detachment as you would look at a stranger passing by your window on the street. The stranger has nothing to do with you. He comes into your field of vision, walks a few steps, and disappears around the corner. You do not shout at him. You do not try to pull him into your house, and you do not weep when he leaves, you remain a pure mirror, reflecting the passing phenomenon without being scratched by it. This is what Patanjali means by chitta vritti nirodha. Not the forced suppression of thoughts, but the natural, spontaneous cessation of the mental waves that happens when you completely withdraw your interest, your energy, and your identification from them. When the wind of your desires stops blowing, the lake of consciousness naturally becomes as calm as a sheet of glass, reflecting the infinite stars of the cosmos in their absolute pristine glory. To understand this pristine glory, we must look directly into the 5 types of modifications that Patanjali maps out with absolute scientific precision. The mind is not a single chaotic blur. It functions through 5 specific categories of waves, 5 types of vrittis which keep your awareness tethered to the superficial surface of life. These 5 are right knowledge, wrong knowledge, imagination, sleep, and memory. Unless you understand these 5 hidden mechanisms of your own inner machinery, all your efforts to reach a state of true meditation will remain completely futile. You will simply be rearranging the furniture inside your prison cell, thinking you are moving toward freedom. Let us first examine what Patanjali calls pramana, or right knowledge. This seems very puzzling to the logical intellect. Why would right knowledge be considered a modification of the mind? Why would it be a barrier that needs to cease? Traditional religions tell you to seek right knowledge, to gather truth, to learn from the scriptures, and to fill your head with correct facts. But Patanjali is an uncompromising scientist. He says that whether a wave on the lake is caused by a real object reflecting in it or by an optical illusion, it is still a wave. It still disturbs the absolute stillness of the water. Right knowledge means that which can be verified through direct perception. Inference are the testimony of enlightened witnesses. If you look at a tree and you see a tree, that is right knowledge. Your mind is accurately reflecting what is outside. But your mind is still active. It is still processing information, is still labeling, is still creating a division between the observer and the observed. For the ultimate reality to awaken, even right knowledge must be transcended. You must reach a point where you are not looking at anything, where there is no objective reflection at all, but only the pure capacity to reflect, an objectless consciousness. The second modification is viparyaya, or wrong knowledge, which is simply a false impression, a deep illusion. It happens when you look at a rope in the twilight and you jump back in absolute terror, shouting that there is a snake. The snake does not exist outside, it is entirely a creation of your inner fear, projected onto the innocent reality of the rope. Your heart beats faster, your blood pressure rises, your adrenaline flows. The physical consequences are completely real, even though the cause is an absolute fiction. This is exactly how you are living your whole life. Your world is crowded with snakes that are nothing but misperceived ropes. Your relationships, your ambitions, your fears, your social identities are all forms of viparyaya. You look at a temporary worldly situation and you project permanency onto it. You look at a biological, transient relationship and you call it eternal love. You look at your fragile physical body and you believe it is your ultimate self. This wrong knowledge keeps you in a state of perpetual anxiety, running away from phantoms and chasing mirages. But the third modification is even more subtle, and it is the very foundation upon which all traditional prayers and conventional religious concepts are built. Patanjali calls it vikalpa, which translates to imagination or verbal delusion. This is a highly sophisticated trick of the human brain. Vikalpa happens when you use words that have no corresponding concrete reality in existence. Yet those words trigger immense emotional and psychological reactions within you. You hear a word and your mind immediately spins a vast, intricate web of fantasy around it. The word God is the supreme example of vikalpa. Nobody has ever seen God. Nobody can define it. Nobody can locate it in time or space. It is a purely linguistic creation. But the moment the word is uttered, your mind creates an image, perhaps an old man with a long white beard sitting on a golden throne in the sky, or a formless cosmic energy, or a terrifying judge. You then begin to bow down before this linguistic phantom. You build massive marble temples for it. You go to war over it, and you murder millions of your fellow human beings to defend a word. This is an absolute verbal delusion. Traditional prayers are completely steeped in vikalpa. You repeat holy scriptures, you chant sonorous hymns, and you fill your consciousness with beautiful, dramatic words. You feel a certain emotional thrill, a superficial warmth in your chest, and you mistake that emotional intoxication for a spiritual experience. It is not spiritual at all. It is just your mind playing a beautiful game with language, creating a synthetic paradise out of pure imagination to escape the raw, unadorned reality of your immediate present. Then comes the fourth modification, which is nidra, or sleep. To the ordinary mind, sleep seems like a state of absolute blankness, a total absence of the mind. You think that when you fall into deep, dreamless sleep, your mind has stopped. But Patanjali says no. Sleep is a positive modification of the mind. It is a specific state where the mind is heavily present, but it is supported by the wave of nothingness, a wave of oblivion. How do we know that sleep is a modification of the mind? Because when you wake up in the morning, you stretch your body and you say with absolute certainty, I slept so wonderfully last night. My mind was completely at peace. I had no dreams. I feel totally refreshed. If your mind had been completely absent during sleep, who was there to witness the peace? Who was there to register the absence of dreams? Who is making this report in the morning? It is the mind. The mind was present during the night, wearing a mask of total oblivion, observing the darkness, observing the quietness of the brain. This is why traditional seekers fall into a very dangerous trap. When they practice traditional meditation methods, such as chanting a mantra mechanically for hours, they frequently slip into a state of deep auto-hypnotic sleep. The active thoughts stop, the daily worries disappear, and they enter a soothing, dark tranquility. They wake up after an hour and think they have attained a very high spiritual state, that they have touched the heights of samadhi. It is not samadhi at all. It is just a very deep, comfortable nap. It is nidra disguised as meditation. You have simply put your conscious mind to sleep through a repetitive, hypnotic sound, while your core awareness remains as deeply asleep as it always was. The fifth modification is smriti, or memory, the continuous mechanical playback of the dead past. Memory is the glue that holds your fake ego together. You are nothing but a walking bundle of past experiences, old conditionings, stored information, and ancient traumas. Your memory is constantly filtering your present moment. You can never see a rose flower as it is. The moment your eyes fall upon it, your memory immediately wakes up and says, "This is a beautiful rose. It looks exactly like the one I saw last year in London, or it reminds me of a garden from my childhood." You have already missed the living rose that is breathing right now in front of your nose. You have replaced the existential reality with a dead photograph from your inner archives. Memory keeps you completely mechanical. It ensures that you never respond to life with freshness, with spontaneity, with intelligence. You always react out of your past accumulation. You function like a pre-programmed computer. Traditional yoga and orthodox religious practices fail completely because they try to handle these 5 mortifications through violence, through aggressive suppression. The traditional yogi looks at his wandering mind, looks at his sexual desires, looks at his anger, looks at his memories, and he decides to fight them. He thinks that if he can forcefully shut down his thoughts, if he can starve his senses, if he can sit on a bed of thorns or twist his body into an agonizing shape, he will kill the mind. This is an absolute tragedy. You cannot kill the mind through force, because the one who is trying to force the mind is himself a part of the mind. It is the ego trying to destroy the mind. It is like your left hand trying to fight your right hand. You are simply dividing your energy, creating an intense inner friction, a state of deep self-torture. The more you fight your desires, the more power you give to them. If you try to forcefully suppress a thought, that very thought will become the center of your entire consciousness. Look at the traditional saints who have spent decades fasting in lonely caves, trying to suppress their biological desires. If you look deep into their minds, you will find that they are completely obsessed with food and sex. Their whole consciousness is crowded with the very things they have denied themselves. Because whatsoever you suppress sinks deep into the dark basements of your unconscious mind, where it poisons your entire psychological roots. It does not disappear, it simply waits for an opportunity to explode with double the intensity. Traditional Hatha Yoga, when practiced as a mechanical, aggressive discipline, is an exercise in spiritual pride and physical masochism. It creates individuals who are incredibly rigid, stiff, cold, and self-righteous. They have turned their bodies into dead monuments of willpower, but they know absolutely nothing of the fluid, dancing, overflowing joy of the divine reality. They are torturing the temple of the divine and calling it a holy path. It is absolutely fake. Patanjali's approach is totally different. He does not ask you to fight the 5 modifications. He asks you to bring a total, non-judgmental awareness to them. He gives you a profound, multidimensional methodology to transition from the chaos of the mind to the absolute silence of samadhi. In his second chapter, Patanjali introduces a deeply scientific concept that clears away all the romantic nonsense surrounding spiritual attainment. He talks about two distinct dimensions of ultimate realization: samprajnat samadhi and asamprajnat samadhi. This distinction must be carved into your consciousness if you want to escape the fraudulent traps of mainstream spiritual commercialism. What is samprajnat samadhi? Patanjali states that it is the samadhi that is accompanied by reasoning, reflection, bliss, and a sense of pure being. Look at how beautifully scientific this is. Patanjali does not tell you to throw away your intellect, to become stupid, or to blindly accept dogmas under the guise of faith. Traditional religions are terrified of your intelligence. They want you to stop reasoning. They want you to kill your logic, because they know that if you start thinking clearly, their entire empire of superstitions will fall apart. They tell you that reasoning is an obstacle, a sin, an enemy of God. But Patanjali says that reasoning, vitarka, and reflection, vichara, are essential steps on the ladder of ultimate realization. You cannot simply jump to the top of the mountain. You must walk through the valley step by step. Reasoning must be used, sharpened, and refined until it becomes so razor sharp that it cuts through all your false concepts, all your social conditionings, and all your borrowed beliefs. You use logic to destroy illusions. You use your intellect to see the futility of your desires. When your reasoning becomes absolutely mature, it naturally transitions into a state of deep reflection, vichara. You are no longer just arguing logically about external concepts. Your intelligence turns inward and begins to reflect upon the very nature of your own existence. And as this inner reflection deepens, as the superficial noise of your thoughts begins to settle down, a magnificent wave of bliss, Anand, arises spontaneously from the hidden depths of your being. This bliss is not a pleasure that you derive from an external object. It is the natural fragrance of a mind that is beginning to settle into its own center. And when this bliss deepens even further, you reach a state of pure being, asmita, a simple, unadorned, naked awareness of your own existence, without any labels, without any titles, without any attributes. You do not feel that you are a man, a woman, a scholar, a rich man, or a poor man. You simply feel the majestic, throbbing current of pure, I amness. This is samprajnat samadhi. It is called distinguished or object-oriented samadhi. Because even though you are in a state of immense peace and bliss, there is still a subtle support, a faint trace of consciousness focusing on the experience of bliss and pure being. The mind is still there in its most refined, most transparent form, acting as a mirror that reflects the light of your true soul. But this is not the ultimate end. Beyond this lies asamprajnat samadhi, the undistinguished, the absolute samadhi. Patanjali says that in asamprajnat samadhi, there is a complete unconditional cessation of all mental activity, and the mind only retains unmanifested impressions or samskaras. This is the ultimate void, the supreme emptiness, where even the experience of bliss disappears, because there is no longer an experiencer separate from the experience. You do not feel bliss, you are bliss. There is no division left, no observer and no observed, no mirror and no reflection. The circle of fire has stopped completely. The spark has returned to its primordial stillness. There is an absolute silence, a stillness so total that it cannot be disturbed by life or death. The waves have completely dissolved back into the lake, and the water is perfectly still, perfectly transparent, perfectly empty. Traditional spiritual paths frequently mistake the superficial states of relaxation or auto-hypnotic trances for this ultimate dimension. And Patanjali exposes this error with astonishing clarity. He mentions two specific categories of seekers who achieve a false, incomplete state of samadhi: the Videhas and the Prakriti Layas. This is one of the most revolutionary exposures in the history of mysticism, and you must understand it deeply to see why traditional methods are fundamentally deceptive. Patanjali says that the Videhas, the bodiless ones, and the Prakriti Layas, those who have merged into nature, attain a state that looks exactly like asamprajnat samadhi, because they cease to identify themselves with their physical bodies in their previous lives. Through extreme asceticism, through intense willpower, or through deep philosophical detachment, they managed to break their identification with the gross material frame. They lived like spirits, completely unconcerned with physical comfort or physical existence. When they died, Because they had no identification with the body, they entered a state of vast cosmic rest, merging into the subtle elements of nature, or Prakriti. They remain in this state of cosmic suspension for millions of years. It is a state of immense peace, a celestial holiday, completely free from the ordinary miseries and anxieties of human life. Traditional religions look at these individuals and call them fully liberated saints, perfect masters, who have reached the ultimate heaven or nirvana. But Patanjali says no, they are not fully liberated. They are bound to take rebirth, because even though they broke their identification with the body, the deep unconscious seeds of desire, the hidden samskaras, remained completely untouched inside their unmanifested mind. They simply went to sleep in a state of cosmic winter. This is an incredibly profound psychological insight. Imagine a tree during the winter season. All its leaves fall away. Its branches look completely dead, dry, and bare. If a foolish person looks at it, he might think that the tree is gone, that it has completely ceased to exist. But the tree is not gone. It has simply withdrawn its energy into its roots, hiding underground. The life force is sleeping in the dark soil, waiting for its time. The moment the winter passes and the spring arrives, the warm sun shines, the rains fall, and suddenly the hidden energy explodes outwards. New leaves sprout, branches grow, flowers bloom, and the tree returns with the exact same characteristics it had before. This is exactly what happens to the traditional ascetics, the Videhas and the Prakritilayas. Through forced detachment, through physical torture, they drove their desires into the deepest, darkest basements of their unconscious mind. They made their surface mind look completely dead, completely still, like a bare winter tree. They enjoyed a long, peaceful sleep in the cosmic dimensions. But because the seeds of greed, ambition, and ego were not burnt away by the fire of total conscious awareness, they were merely suspended, not destroyed. When the momentum of their past ascetic merit is completely exhausted, they are pulled back by the gravity of their unfulfilled desires, and they take rebirth in the physical world. They fall right back into the mud of the marketplace, right back into the old traps of anger, jealousy, and competition. Their long spiritual attainment turns out to be an absolute illusion, a temporary escape from reality. This is why traditional yoga is fake. It teaches you how to suppress the seeds, how to hide from your desires, how to coat yourself in a synthetic armor of holiness. But it does not teach you how to expose the seed to the light of pure awareness so that it dissolves completely and can never sprout again. True liberation happens only when there are absolutely no seeds left in the unmanifested layers of your consciousness. Your inner soil must become so totally burnt by the fire of awareness that even if you throw a seed of desire into it, it cannot grow. It turns into ash. How do other seekers, those who do not fall into this trap of temporary cosmic sleep, attain the real, permanent asamprajnat samadhi? Patanjali lays down the exact scientific path. They attain it through faith, effort, recollection, concentration, and discrimination. Look at the order of these words. Each word builds upon the previous one with the rigidity of a logical syllogism. The first word is faith or Shraddha. But remember, Patanjali's definition of faith is completely opposite to the traditional religious definition. Traditional faith means believing in something without any evidence, believing in a dogma because a priest told you to, or because it is written in an ancient dusty book. That traditional faith is a form of mental cowardice, an escape from the labor of seeking. Patanjali's faith is not belief, it is a deep, intuitive trust in your own capacity to know. It is a quiet confidence, an inner clarity that says, if other human beings like Gautama Buddha, Patanjali, or Jesus could awaken to the ultimate reality, then I also possess the exact same potential within my own being. It is an adventurous trust in the possibility of transformation, a willingness to risk the known for the sake of the unknown. It is the faith of a scientist who formulates a hypothesis and then stakes his entire life to test it in the laboratory. Out of this true faith arises effort or virya, an intense, passionate energy, an unshakable determination to carry out the experiment to its ultimate conclusion. This effort is not the violent, aggressive willpower of the hot yogi who tortures his muscles. It is a relaxed, continuous, and single-minded dedication of your entire life force toward awareness. It means you are no longer a casual spectator in the spiritual journey. You are a total warrior. You bring your total presence to every single moment of your life, whether you are eating, walking, sleeping, or working. This continuous effort naturally crystallizes into recollection or smriti, which means a state of constant mindfulness, a non forgetting of your true nature. Right now, your fundamental disease is that you are in a state of absolute self forgetfulness. You are completely reactive. If someone insults you, you immediately lose your balance and fly into a rage. You forget that you are the witness and you become the anger. If someone praises you, you become puffed up with pride. You forget your true center and you become the ego. You live in a state of psychological amnesia. Mindfulness means that in every situation you remember to remain the watcher. If anger arises, you stay alert and you say within yourself, I am observing this wave of anger passing through my body mind. If sadness comes, you remain anchored in your awareness, watching the shadow fall upon your psychology. You do not lose yourself in the phenomenon. When this mindfulness becomes an unbroken, continuous current, it naturally deepens into concentration or samadhi, a state where your consciousness is perfectly focused, one-pointed, and completely undisturbed by external distractions. Your energy is no longer fragmented, leaking away through 1,000 different desires. It gathers together into a magnificent, laser-like beam of pure attention. And with this laser beam of concentrated awareness, you apply the ultimate tool of yoga, discrimination or vivek. Discrimination is the capacity to separate the real from the unreal, the transient from the eternal, the changing clouds from the unchanging sky. You use this razor-sharp vivek to examine every layer of your existence. You look at your physical body and you see this is made of food. It is constantly changing. It is born and it will die. Therefore, I am not the body. You look at your thoughts, your emotions, your memories, and you see these come and go. They are floating clouds. Therefore, I am not the mind. Through this relentless process of scientific elimination, of neti, not this, not that, your awareness slowly detaches itself from every single modification. It withdraws from the body, it withdraws from the emotions, it withdraws from the intellect, and it settles down completely into its own primordial source. The seeds of desire are exposed to this intense concentrated light of discrimination, and they are burned to absolute ashes. There are no unmanifested impressions left to pull you back into the cycle of misery. The rotation of the mind stops forever. The witness stands alone in its infinite, unshakable majesty. This unshakable majesty can only be sustained when your awareness settles into what Patanjali calls abhyasa, the inner effort to remain permanently anchored in your own center. You must understand this concept of abhyasa very deeply, because the ordinary mind completely misinterprets it. Traditional teachers tell you that abhyasa means constant practice, mechanical repetition, a strict and forced routine that you must impose upon yourself day after day, year after year. They turn it into a duty, a heavy burden that you carry on your shoulders. But Patanjali's definition is radically different and incredibly profound. He says that abhyasa is the effort to remain established in your own true nature, in your own stillness, whenever and wherever the mind tries to pull you out into its chaotic modifications. It is not a mechanical repetition of a posture or a mantra. It is a constant, alert orientation toward your inner flame. It is a remembrance. Patanjali lays down 3 precise scientific conditions for this abhyasa to become solid and unshakable. He says it must be practiced for a very long time without any interruption and with absolute love, reverence, and devotion. Look at these 3 conditions. First, a very long time. The human mind is incredibly impatient. You live in a state of constant hurry. You want instant enlightenment, instant meditation, instant peace. You approach the spiritual world with the exact same consumerist attitudes that you use in the marketplace. You think that if you practice an asana or sit silently for a few weeks, you should automatically receive a grand reward. And when nothing happens, when your insidious inner crowd continues to shout and create chaos, you become frustrated. You drop the practice and you run looking for another method, another master, another illusion. But you forget that you have spent millions of lives cultivating your insanity. You have practiced your greed, your anger, your fear, and your unconsciousness for centuries. Your mechanical habits have dug deep, monstrous grooves into your psychology. They have become your second nature. How can you expect to erase these ancient tectonic grooves with a few minutes of superficial, half-hearted practice? It takes time. It requires immense patience. You must be willing to wait indefinitely. If you are in a hurry, you will always miss the gate. The very hurry of your mind acts as a barrier, because hurry means you are looking into the future, hoping for a result. And as I have told you, The future is the playground of the ego. True abhyasa can happen only when you drop the desire for a result. When you enjoy the very act of being silent for its own sake, without calculating how far you have come or how much longer it will take. The second condition is that the practice must be without interruption. It must be continuous, nairantarya. This is where almost every traditional seeker fails. You practice meditation for 1 hour in the morning, sitting very quietly, trying to watch your thoughts. You feel a faint glimpse of peace, but the moment you stand up and walk out of your room, you completely drop your awareness. You go out into the world and you fall right back into your old mechanical, reactive patterns. You become angry at your cook, you fight with your boss, you compete in the marketplace with intense greed, and you live in absolute self-forgetfulness for the remaining 23 hours of the day. This is an absolute absurdity. How can 1 hour of half-hearted awareness compete with 23 hours of total continuous unconsciousness? It is like pouring a single drop of clean water into a massive ocean of poison and expecting the entire ocean to become pure. Awareness cannot be a part-time job. It cannot be a hobby that you schedule for a specific hour of the day. It must become your very breath. It must become an unbroken subterranean undercurrent that stays with you throughout all your activities. Whether you are talking, walking, buying vegetables, working in an office, or making love, the inner watcher must remain lit. Even when you fall asleep at night, you must learn to watch the transition from the waking state to the dreaming state, and from the dreaming state to the deep darkness of slumber. Only when your awareness becomes an uninterrupted stream does it possess the weight and the power to crush the mechanical momentum of your past conditioning. The third condition is the most beautiful and the most critical of all, satkar. It must be done with absolute love, deep reverence, and total devotion. If you force yourself to sit in meditation because you think it is a duty, or because you are terrified of going to hell, or because you are greedily chasing the status of enlightenment, your practice will be nothing but an outer torture. It will be an industrial, lifeless process. You will be sitting there like a dead stone, screaming inside, waiting for the clock to strike the hour so you can escape. This is why traditional yoga looks like a battlefield. People are aggressively fighting their own bodies, aggressively suppressing their own thoughts, treating themselves with cruelty and violence. There is no love in their practice, no joy, no romance. But let me tell you, you cannot enter the divine reality through violence. You can enter it only through total surrender, through absolute devotion. Your abhyasa must be a love affair with silence. You must approach your inner center with the exact same tenderness, the exact same reverence, and the exact same ecstasy that an ardent lover brings to the presence of the beloved. You sit in stillness not to achieve a goal, but because being still is the most exquisite, most delicious, and most sacred experience possible. When your practice is saturated with this quality of love, it ceases to be a struggle. It becomes effortless. The body settles into a comfortable posture spontaneously. The mind drops its weapons, and the inner climate opens up like a beautiful flower in the morning sun. Parallel to this abhyasa, Patanjali places the second great pillar of yoga, vairagya, which translates to non-attachment or desirelessness. These two pillars are the left and right legs of the entire science. Without abhyasa, your vairag will be empty, dead and cold. Without vairag, your abhyasa will be unstable, constantly shaken by the storms of your worldly ambitions. You must understand what true vairag is, because traditional religions have completely poisoned this concept, turning it into an insidious form of escapism. Traditional saints tell you that vairag means running away from the world, leaving your wife, your children, your home, and escaping into the forests or the caves of the Himalayas. They tell you that you must renounce money, comfort, and all beautiful things, and that you must wear rags and starve your senses. This traditional renunciation is an absolute fraud. It is not born out of understanding. It is born out of intense fear and deep repression. If a man runs away from a woman because he is afraid that she will disturb his peace, or because he thinks that sex is a sin that will pull him down to hell, he is not detached at all. He is deeply attached to the woman through his fear. His mind is constantly thinking about what he has left behind. You can escape to the top of the highest mountain. You can sit in a dark cave surrounded by snow, but your uncentered mind will carry your entire marketplace, your entire family, and all your suppressed desires inside your head. You will be sitting in the cave, but you will be dreaming of the world. This is not vairagya. This is just a geographical shift. You have simply changed your location, but you have not changed your consciousness. True vairagya is not an outer renunciation, it is an inner ripening. It is a deep existential see-through. It is exactly like a child who grows up and naturally drops his toys. When a small child is playing with his plastic toys, he is totally obsessed with them. If you take away his doll or his plastic car, he will scream and cry in absolute agony, as if his entire world has been destroyed. But as the child grows older, his intelligence matures. He begins to see that the toys are just dead plastic, that they possess no real value, no real life. Does he need to practice renunciation to drop those toys? Does he need to go through intense physical torture or suppress his desires to leave his dolls behind? No, he simply grows out of them. One day, he leaves them in the corner of the room and he completely forgets about them. He does not boast about his great sacrifice. He does not declare to the world, "Look at me, I have renounced my toys, I am a great saint." He simply walks away because the toys have lost all their meaning, all their significance for him. This is true vairagya. It happens when your awareness becomes so mature, so sharp, and so clear that you look at all the wealth, all the prestige, all the power, and all the relationships of this world, and you see with absolute clarity that they are nothing but plastic toys. You see that they cannot give you the ultimate permanent fulfillment you are looking for. You realize that no amount of money can fill the bottomless abyss of your inner emptiness, that no external validation can give you your true identity, and that every worldly relationship is bound to end in death. When this realization hits your heart, your attachment to these things drops spontaneously, without any effort, without any violence. You do not run away from the world. You can continue to live in the world, work in the marketplace, have a family, and enjoy beautiful things, but you are no longer possessed by them. You use them, but you do not belong to them. You remain in the world, but the world is no longer inside you. You are like a lotus flower that grows out of the dirty mud, but stays completely untouched by the water. Patanjali describes a very specific supreme state of vairagya, which he calls parvairagya. He says that ordinary vairagya is just freedom from the desire for visible worldly objects. But parvairagya is the absolute indifference even to the invisible heavenly rewards, even to the desire for spiritual powers or the states of cosmic bliss. This is the ultimate test of a true seeker. When you sit in meditation and your mind begins to settle down, magnificent hidden potentials or siddhis often begin to manifest. You may develop the capacity to read other people's minds, or heal sickness, or experience celestial visions, or feel an overwhelming wave of ecstasy. Traditional seekers immediately fall into this insidious trap. Their ego wakes up with double their strength, and they think, now I am an extraordinary being. I possess divine powers. I am close to God. They begin to trade these powers for fame, money, and prestige in the spiritual marketplace. Patanjali warns you that these powers are nothing but the final, most sophisticated illusions of your mind. They are spiritual ties designed to keep you trapped in the outer periphery. If you get attached to them, you are completely lost. You must have the supreme discrimination, the paravairagya, to look even at the highest cosmic bliss, even at the grandest celestial visions, and say, this too is a passing cloud. This too is a modification of my consciousness. Therefore, I am not interested in it. You must refuse to sit on any intermediate golden thrones. You must remain an empty, unattached witness until there is absolutely nothing left to witness and only the pure, unadorned source remains. To clarify this journey even further, to provide a practical doorway for those who cannot immediately jump into the absolute vacuum of asamprajnat samadhi, Patanjali introduces a profound scientific concept that traditional religions have completely corrupted for thousands of years. He introduces the concept of Ishvara, or God. He says that the ultimate samadhi can also be attained through Ishvara pranidhan, through absolute surrender to God. When the ordinary religious mind hears this, it feels immensely happy. It thinks, so Patanjali is finally agreeing with our traditional priests. We just need to bow down, say our prayers, and ask God to save us. But let me tell you, Patanjali's concept of God is a total shock to the orthodox intellect. For Patanjali, God is not a person, not a creator who manufactured the universe in 6 days and is now sitting in heaven keeping a ledger of your sins and virtues. Patanjali doesn't care about such a childish mythological deity. For Patanjali, Ishvara is simply a technical device, a definition of a specific, unpolluted state of consciousness. He states with mathematical coldness that Ishvara is a special Purusha, a unique center of consciousness that is completely untouched by afflictions, completely free from the fruits of actions, and entirely unpolluted by any latent desires or sleeping impressions. He does not say that God is your father, or that he loves you, or that you must fear his wrath. He treats God as an ultimate archetype, a perfect, clean mirror that already exists as a potential within every single human being. Why does he introduce this device? Because for many individuals, the path of pure logic, the path of absolute empty discrimination, seems too cold, too dry, and completely impossible. They need a bridge. They need a symbol upon which they can focus their love, their devotion, and their capacity to surrender. Patanjali gives them Isvara not as an external ruler, but as a catalytic agent. When you visualize a consciousness that is perfectly pure, perfectly unattached, and perfectly still, and you completely surrender your small, noisy ego to that supreme archetype, your own inner waters naturally begin to mirror that purity. The act of total surrender, pranidhana, is the real miracle. It doesn't matter whether the God you are surrendering to exists outside or not. The very act of dropping your ego, of bowing down in absolute unconditional humility before a supreme ideal, dissolves the rotation of your thoughts instantly. The ego can only exist if it fights, if it resists, if it tries to conquer. The moment it completely surrenders, it evaporates like a drop of water in the vast ocean. Your traditional prayers are a complete fake because they never involve surrender. They are always full of demands, full of expectations, full of egoistic negotiations. True prayer is nothing but Ishwar Pranidhan, a total silent effacement of yourself, leaving only the pure, unpolluted space of the divine archetype. Patanjali then defines the scientific sound indicator of this supreme state of consciousness. He says its manifestation is the sacred sound pranava, which is the cosmic vibration of Om. He says that the repetition of this sound must be done with a deep meditation upon its ultimate meaning. Taj japas tad arth bhavanam. Look at how he immediately protects you from falling into the traps of traditional mechanical chanting. Go to any temple or modern ashram and you will see crowds of people shouting Om, Om, Om like parrots, turning it into a mechanical ritual, a loud noise. They think that by simply vibrating their vocal cords, they will reach heaven. This traditional chanting is nothing but a form of auto-hypnosis, an insidious drug that puts your intelligence to sleep. Patanjali says that the sound Om is the primordial, uncreated vibration of the universe itself. When your mind becomes perfectly still, when all your thoughts evaporate, you suddenly hear a deep celestial melody humming within your own silence. It is the sound of existence itself, a music that does not require any instruments. The word Om is just a human attempt to translate that uncreated inner melody into language. Therefore, when Patanjali tells you to practice the japa of Om, he doesn't mean a loud verbal repetition. He means you must sink deep into the silence between the sounds. You must vibrate the sound within your awareness, and you must constantly meditate upon its meaning, which is absolute emptiness, absolute purity, and absolute stillness. The chanting must become a vehicle to take you to the non-chanting state. The sound must dissolve into the ultimate silence from which it arises. If your chanting does not leave you in a state of profound, wordless awareness, it is absolutely fake. It is just a physical exercise that dulls your brain. But as you walk this path, whether through the door of intense discrimination or the door of total surrender, you are bound to encounter massive inner obstacles that try to derail your progress. Patanjali, being a thorough, systematic scientist, maps out these obstacles with incredible accuracy. He names 9 specific antarayas, 9 inner distractions that cause your consciousness to fragment and slip back into its old primitive chaos. These 9 are sickness, apathy, doubt, carelessness, laziness, worldly mindedness, delusion, the failure to attain a spiritual state, and the inability to maintain that state once it is reached. Look at this list. It covers the entire spectrum of human pathology, from the physical body to the deepest layers of the psyche. Let us look at how these obstacles function in your daily life. The first is vyadhi, physical sickness. If your body is diseased, if your nervous system is completely out of balance, you cannot sit in meditation. Your awareness will be constantly pulled down to your physical pain, to your discomfort. Traditional yoga tries to handle this by turning the postures into a violent gymnastics, which only creates more strain. more injury, and more obsession with the flesh. True yoga approach is to understand that sickness is often a somatic expression of an uncentered mind. When your mind is a chaotic crowd, it leaks your vital energy, leaving your body depleted, weak, and vulnerable to disease. Then comes isthayana, apathy, or mental dullness, where you feel completely flat, heavy, and uninspired. You sit down to meditate, and a thick cloud of boredom wraps around your brain. You think, what is the point of all this? Nothing is happening. This apathy is immediately followed by samsaya, doubt. This is a very insidious trap of the ego. Your mind starts doubting the master, doubting the scriptures, and most of the time, doubting your own capacity to transform. The mind says this yoga is all nonsense. It is an impossible ideal. It is just for ancient people. I am too modern, too broken to ever achieve this stillness. This doubt is not a healthy scientific skepticism. It is a defensive strategy of your ego to protect itself from the catastrophic death that awareness demands. These obstacles are accompanied by 4 painful companions that Patanjali calls the symptoms of a distracted mind. Dukkha, which is sorrow; Daurmanasya, which is despair or deep negativity; Angamejayatva, which is bodily tremors or restlessness; and Swas Praswas, which is irregular, chaotic breathing. Look at yourself when you are stressed, anxious, or angry. Your breathing immediately becomes shallow, fast, and completely asymmetrical. Your body starts trembling, and a deep, heavy curtain of sorrow and despair descends upon your psychology. Traditional yoga looks at these symptoms and tries to fix them through mechanical breathing exercises, through forcing the breath into artificial rhythms. But this is like trying to flatten the waves of a lake by hitting them with a stick. You will only create more disturbance. The irregular breath, the bodily tremors, and the deep despair are simply the outward physical ripples of your uncentered inner crowd. You cannot cure them from the outside. You must dissolve the chaos at its very root. How do you dissolve these obstacles? How do you protect your fragile inner flame from being blown away by these storm winds? Patanjali gives an incredibly beautiful, elegant, and definitive prescription. He says, that to destroy these distractions, one must practice one pointed concentration upon a single principle or a single element. Tat pratisedhartham ek tattvabhyasa. You must learn the art of ek tattva, single-minded, laser-focused attention. Right now, your energy is completely fragmented. You are trying to look at 1,000 different directions at once. You want to achieve worldly success. You want to maintain your social prestige. You want to satisfy your endless desires, and at the exact same time, you want to achieve spiritual enlightenment. You are like a man trying to ride 5 horses simultaneously, each moving in a different direction. You are bound to be torn apart. You must gather all your scattered rays of attention, drop all your secondary games, and focus your entire life force upon a single point: the cultivation of pure, unbroken awareness. And to create the perfect inner climate, the perfect soil within which this one pointed attention can take deep roots without being poisoned by your unconscious conditionings, Patanjali gives a magnificent psychological formula. He says you must cultivate 4 specific attitudes toward the world around you. Maitri, which is friendliness toward those who are happy. Karuna, which is deep compassion toward those who are in misery. Mudita, which is genuine joy toward those who are virtuous. And Upeksha, which is absolute equanimity, a non-judgmental indifference toward those who are wicked or harmful. This fourfold formula is the ultimate key to psychological freedom, and it completely undermines the rigid, self-righteous morality of traditional religions. Look at how you ordinarily function. If you see someone who is immensely happy, wealthy, or successful, your insidious inner crowd immediately fills with envy, jealousy, and competition. You start looking for flaws in them. You talk behind their backs, and you secretly wish for their downfall. If you see someone who is suffering or in deep misery, you might show a fake, superficial sympathy, but deep down, your ego feels a twisted satisfaction because you can look down upon them and feel superior, safe, and blessed. If you see someone who is highly virtuous, you feel threatened by their purity and you try to find hypocrisy in them. And if you see someone who is wicked, vicious, or evil, you immediately fill with intense anger, hatred, and a violent desire to punish them, becoming just as toxic and vicious as they are. This ordinary way of reacting completely ruins your inner climate. It keeps your mind in a state of perpetual irritation, boiling with jealousy, hatred, and self-righteous judgment. How can a mind that is constantly boiling with these poisonous emotions ever enter the cool, silent temple of meditation? Patanjali says you must radically transform your emotional responses. If someone is happy, celebrate with them. Share their joy. Become friendly with their success. Because by sharing their happiness, you enrich your own inner climate. If someone is in misery, feel a deep, silent compassion for them. Without any judgment, without any superiority. If someone is virtuous, let your heart fill with genuine delight and inspiration. And if someone is wicked or destructive, simply maintain a clean, alert indifference, a total upeksha. Do not fight them, do not judge them, do not allow their poison to enter your own house. You simply remain a detached watcher, completely unperturbed, keeping your inner lake perfectly calm, perfectly clear, and perfectly still. This is not a forced morality. It is a profound inner hygiene. It is a scientific method to ensure that your energy is never wasted on external dramas, but remains completely available for the ultimate vertical flight into the absolute silence of your own non-being. To prepare for this vertical flight, one must understand the structural roots of human misery, which Patanjali classifies under a profound psychological map known as the 5 kleshas, or the 5 primal afflictions. These 5 afflictions are the deep-seated pillars that sustain your mechanical existence, and unless they are systematically exposed to the light of your awareness, they will continue to keep your inner world in a state of perpetual torment. These 5 are ignorance, egoism, attachment, aversion, and the deep instinctive clinging to physical life, which manifests as the terror of death. Traditional religions and conventional moralists look at these afflictions and immediately label them as sins. They tell you that you are a bad person if you have attachments, that you are unholy if you experience aversion, and that you must fight these tendencies through intense willpower and self-punishment. But Patanjali does not speak the language of sin and virtue. He is a pure scientist, and he treats these kleshas not as moral failures, but as unconscious, mechanical conditions of a sleeping mind. They are clinical symptoms of your self-forgetfulness, and they cannot be destroyed through moral condemnation. They can only be dissolved through the alchemy of pure, non-judgmental observation. The first and most fundamental affliction, which serves as the fertile soil for all the other four to grow, is avidya or ignorance. You must understand very clearly that Patanjali's definition of ignorance has nothing to do with a lack of intellectual education or academic knowledge. A person can be a massive scholar. He can possess multiple university degrees. He can have the entire scriptures of the world memorized on the tip of his tongue. And yet, in the eyes of yoga, he can remain in a state of absolute, unadulterated avidya. Intellectual knowledge is just a superficial decoration of your memory. It is a borrowed luggage that you carry in your head to conceal your inner blindness. True ignorance is an existential condition. It is the insidious habit of mistaking the transient for the eternal, the impure for the pure, the painful for the pleasant, and the non-self for your true ultimate self. This is how you are living your whole life from morning until night. You look at your physical body, which is constantly changing, aging, and moving toward absolute decay. And you identify with it so deeply that you believe it is your permanent reality. You look at the passing material things of this world, which are here today and gone tomorrow, and you invest your entire soul into possessing them, hoping they will give you an everlasting security. You live in a complete inversion of reality, chasing shadows and ignoring the substance. And this existential blindness is the source of all your suffering. Traditional prayers and orthodox rituals are the peak of this avidya, because instead of shattering your illusions, they give you holy, beautifully packaged words to help you decorate your ignorance and remain comfortably asleep. Out of this foundational blindness arises the second affliction, which Patanjali calls asmita or egoism. Egoism is the insidious psychological mechanism through which your pure, infinite consciousness identifies itself with the limited gross instruments of the body and the intellect. Your consciousness is like a pristine, boundless sky, while your body and mind are just passing instruments, vehicles through which you experience the external world. But because of your lack of awareness, the sky has become completely identified with the vehicle. The mirror has become identified with the objects it reflects. You think, I am my thoughts, I am my titles, I am my social prestige, I am my financial status. This false identification creates a highly fragile, synthetic entity called the ego, which is nothing but a phantom, a functional fiction. And because this ego has no real substance of its own, it lives in a state of constant paranoid defense. It is always looking for external validation, always trying to expand its territory, always trying to prove its superiority over others. The traditional yogi who practices extreme asceticism thinks he is destroying his ego. But let me tell you, his asceticism is just a highly refined, sophisticated manifestation of this very same asmita. He uses his willpower to torture his body, and then his ego stands on a spiritual pedestal, looking down upon the ordinary world and boasting of its supreme renunciation. You cannot destroy the ego through violence, because the one who is using violence is the ego itself. It simply changes its costume. It takes off the worldly clothes of greed and puts on the holy robes of ascetic pride. It remains exactly the same uncentered crowd inside, only now it is far more rigid, defensive, and completely closed to the divine light. The third and fourth afflictions are raga and dvesha, attachment and aversion. These two are the twin hands of your ego, the mechanism through which it manipulates your daily reality. Raga is the insidious attraction that pulls you toward things, people, or experiences that your memory has recorded as pleasant, while dresa is the violent repulsion that makes you run away from things that your past has recorded as painful. Your life is entirely suspended between these two mechanical forces. You are constantly running after the objects of your raga, trying to possess them, trying to freeze them in time so they will never change. And you are constantly fighting the objects of your dvesa, trying to push them away from your life. This keeps you in a state of absolute slavery. You are no longer an intelligent, free being who can respond spontaneously to the living present. You are a mechanical puppet whose strings are pulled by your past conditioning. If a situation matches your raga, you become ecstatically happy. If it triggers your dvesa, you fill with rage, hatred, and deep misery. Traditional yoga, when practiced as a mechanical system, is completely trapped in this polarity. The traditional seeker uses dvesha against his own body. He develops an intense aversion to his physical senses, to sex, to food, and to the world, believing that by hating the material creation, he will automatically arrive at the spiritual dimension. But hatred can never lead to liberation. Whether you are attached to something through love or through hatred, you are still bound by it. Your aversion is just an inverted form of attachment. True yoga means transcending this entire game of attraction and repulsion, standing as a cool, neutral, and choiceless witness who observes both raga and dvesha as passing, superficial ripples on the surface of your consciousness, without allowing either of them to scratch your inner stillness. The fifth and final affliction is abhinivesha, the instinctive, deep-seated clinging to physical life and the terrifying fear of absolute dissolution. Patanjali notes with incredible scientific insight that this fear is so deeply ingrained that it exists with the exact same intensity in the most ignorant person and the most learned scholar. It is a tectonic ancestral fear that operates completely beneath the surface of your conscious intellect. Why are you so terrified of death? You think you are afraid of death because you do not know what lies beyond the grave, but that is a false conclusion of your mind. You are terrified of death because you have never really lived. You have only existed as a mechanical crowd of desires, an empty cell running after illusions. You have never touched your true center. You have never tasted the eternal, deathless dimension of your own witness. Because you are deeply identified with your fragile physical body and your temporary mind, you know that death is going to completely destroy your entire world, your entire identity, your entire accumulation of wealth and prestige. And this terror is the ultimate reason why people cling so desperately to traditional religions, traditional prayers, and fake spiritual practices. Your traditional churches, temples, and mosques are nothing but insurance offices designed to protect you against the fear of death. You go there to pray, you give donations to the priests, and you repeat holy incantations because you are desperately begging for a guarantee that your tiny fake ego will survive after the body drops into the earth. It is an absolute fraud born out of pure cowardice True yoga is not an escape from death. True yoga is a conscious, voluntary entrance into death. It is the art of dying to your past, dying to your ego, and dying to your illusions in every single moment. When you sit in a true, comfortable asana and you drop all mental modifications, your ego evaporates completely. You enter the majestic, silent void of your own non-being. And in that void, for the first time in your life, you discover that that which dies is always false, and that which is real can never be touched by death. You realize that you are the deathless, birthless sky of pure consciousness. When this realization dawns upon your heart, Abhinivesha vanishes spontaneously. You no longer cling to life because you are life itself, infinite, eternal, and completely beyond the reach of time. To translate this profound psychological understanding into a practical multidimensional reality, Patanjali maps out the famous path of Ashtanga Yoga, the 8 limbs of yoga. This framework is the most comprehensive, most logical system ever designed for human evolution. But you must be incredibly alert, because traditional yoga teachers have completely ruined this framework by turning it into a rigid, mechanical ladder of forced social morality and physical torture. They tell you that you must practice these 8 stages sequentially, like a school curriculum, forcing your way through each step with intense willpower. But Patanjali's limbs are not separate steps on a ladder. They are organic limbs of one single body, growing together simultaneously like the branches of a tree. These 8 limbs are yama, niyama, asana, pranayam, pratyahar, dharan, dhyan, and samadhi. Patanjali divides them into 2 distinct categories: Bahiranga Yoga, the outer limbs, and Antaranga Yoga, the inner limbs. Yam, Niyam, Asana, Pranayam, and Pratyahar constitute the external preparation, while Dharan, Dhyan, and Samadhi form the ultimate internal core of the science. Let us look at the first 2 limbs, which are Yam and Niyam. Yam means social discipline, your harmony with the external world, while Niyam means individual discipline, your harmony with your own internal ecology. Patanjali lists 5 yamas: ahimsa, satya, truthfulness, asteya, brahmacharya, and aprigraha. Traditional religions take these 5 principles and turn them into 10 commandments, into a heavy, suffocating code of moral duties that you must impose upon yourself through guilt and fear. They tell you, force yourself to be non-violent, Suppress your anger. Pretend to be truthful even when you are full of lies. Starve your sexual urges to practice celibacy and feel guilty for every single desire that arises in your heart. This traditional moralism is an absolute crime against human consciousness. It creates a deeply split, hypocritical personality. On the surface, you wear a beautiful mask of holiness, gentleness, and peace. But deep in your unconscious mind, your repressed anger, your hidden violence, and your starved sexual desires boil like an active volcano, waiting for a single moment of carelessness to erupt and destroy your life. Patanjali is not a moralist, he is a scientist. For Patanjali, these yamas are not rules to be practiced mechanically. They are the natural, spontaneous consequences that happen when your awareness begins to awaken. Let us look at ahimsa, non-violence. You cannot practice non-violence as long as your mind is a chaotic, uncentered crowd, because a chaotic mind is naturally full of fear, frustration, and friction. And friction is the mother of violence. You can suppress your violent actions. You can smile at your enemy while inside you want to murder him. But that suppressed violence will only turn inward and poison your own nervous system, manifesting as physical sickness or mental madness. True ahimsa happens only when you discover your unshakable inner center. When you sit in the absolute silence of your own witness, you see that the same divine consciousness that resides within you is also breathing inside every single human being, every animal, and every tree. When this vision opens up, how can you be violent to anyone? To hurt another person would mean to hurt your own self. Non-violence falls upon you like a beautiful fragrance, without any effort, without any suppression. The same applies to Satya, truthfulness. Traditional truthfulness means forcing your lips to speak the facts even when your heart is full of deception. It is an outer performance. But true Satya means authenticity, a total alignment between your inner reality and your outer expression. It means dropping all your false masks, all your social hypocrisies, and having the immense courage to stand naked in your raw reality. And look at brahmacharya, which traditional priests have completely distorted to mean the absolute forced suppression of your sexual biology. They have taught humanity to hate their own bodies. to look upon sex as an ugly sin, and they have filled the world with deep psychological perversions. But brahmacharya does not mean sexual starvation. The word brahmacharya literally means moving like the divine, living in the consciousness of the absolute. When your energy is fragmented, when you are constantly chasing external illusions, your life force leaks out through 1,000 petty desires, mostly through your primitive biological urges. But when you practice ekatattva, when your awareness becomes one-pointed and you settle into your inner stillness, your vital energy naturally begins to move upward, away from the lower centers of biology and toward the higher centers of consciousness. It is a natural sublimation, a transformation of your lower energy into a majestic, glowing stream of spiritual light. You do not fight your sexuality. You look at it with deep love. You understand its wisdom, and you allow it to ripen naturally into meditation. It is not a forced suppression. It is a supreme elevation. The second limb, niyama, consists of 5 individual disciplines: socha, purity; santosha, contentment; tapas, austerity; swadhyaya, self-study; and Ishwar pranidhana, surrender to the divine archetype. Traditional yoga takes these principles and turns them into a mechanical, exhausting daily routine. They tell you to wash your body with bizarre techniques, to force your mind to be content with poverty, and to read holy scriptures until your head is heavy with dead words. But Patanjali's niyamas are deep, internal purifications. Look at socha, purity. It does not just mean washing your skin, it means cleaning your inner lake from the accumulated dirt of your past memories, your old resentments, and your insidious mental patterns. It means keeping your consciousness as transparent, as unpolluted as a mirror. And look at santosha, contentment. Contentment is not a forced attitude where you tell yourself, I am perfectly happy with my misery because it is God's will. That is just a pathetic compromise, a slave mentality designed to help you tolerate your defeat. True santosha is the natural state of a mind that has stopped projecting its desires into the future. When you drop all your hopes, all your expectations, and you stand completely empty in the present moment, a deep, unshakable contentment arises from your own source. You are content not because you have achieved everything you wanted, but because you have realized that wanting itself is an absolute absurdity. Then comes the third limb, asana, which we have already unmasked as the state of absolute stillness and total comfort, sthira sukham asanam. And from this foundation of a perfectly motionless body, you enter the fourth limb, which traditional yoga has completely turned into a chamber of physical torture, pranayama. Go to any contemporary yoga studio or watch the famous modern gurus who teach across the globe. They will tell you that pranayama means breath control. They will instruct you to forcefully block your left nostril, inhale for a specific count, hold your breath inside until your eyes bulge and your lungs are screaming in agony. Then exhale through the right nostril, repeating this mechanical gymnastics for hours. They claim that this violent manipulation of your respiratory system will awaken your Kundalini energy and take you to enlightenment. Let me tell you, this traditional pranayama is an absolute disaster. It is a dangerous, aggressive violation of your delicate biological intelligence. Your respiratory system is managed by a highly sophisticated automatic mechanism of your brain. When you forcefully interfere with this mechanism through intense willpower, you create a massive chaos in your nervous system. You strain your heart, and you can easily cause deep, irreversible psychological damage. It is a physical torture disguised as a spiritual discipline, practiced entirely to feed the ego's desire for dominance over nature. Patanjali's definition of pranayama is entirely different, incredibly subtle and profoundly scientific. He says that pranayama is the natural, spontaneous harmonization and suspension of the inhalation and exhalation that happens when you are completely established in a stable and comfortable asana. Look at the language. It happens spontaneously. It is not a forced control. It is a natural cessation. You must understand the deep, unbreakable connection between your breathing and your mental state. They are two dimensions of the exact same energy. When your mind is in a state of chaos, when you are boiling with anger, fear, or ambition, your breathing automatically becomes shallow, irregular, and fast. If you try to control your breathing from the outside while your inner crowd is still screaming, you simply create a violent inner friction. But when you sit in a perfectly still posture and you apply choiceless awareness to your thoughts, a miraculous thing happens as your thoughts begin to slow down. As the waves on the lake of your consciousness settle into stillness, your breathing naturally reflects this inner quietness. The breath becomes deeper, slower, and incredibly subtle until it feels like a fine thread of silk. And a moment comes in deep meditation where your thoughts stop completely. In that gap, when the mind enters absolute vacuum, your breathing also stops spontaneously. It does not stop because you have forced it to hold. It stops because there is no longer any psychological need for it to move. The movement of the breath and the movement of the mind are completely synchronized. When the mind enters absolute suspension, the breath enters absolute suspension. This natural, effortless pause is what Patanjali calls the fourth dimension of pranayama, a state where your vital life force, your prana, stops leaking out through the nostrils and gathers into a silent, glowing reservoir at your very center. This is not torture. This is the ultimate luxury of total rest. It rejuvenates your entire biological frame, purifies your nervous system, and makes your awareness so weightless, so transparent, that it naturally transitions into the higher limbs of yoga. This transition brings you to the fifth limb, which is pratyahara, the withdrawal of the senses. Traditional teachers explain pratyahara as an aggressive, violent shutdown of your sensory organs. They tell you that you must close your eyes tightly, plug your ears with wax, avoid looking at beautiful things, and treat your senses as dangerous enemies that will pull you down to hell. They try to create a synthetic wall between themselves and the world. But this forced isolation is an absolute failure. If you plug your ears from the outside, you will only hear the loud, distorted noises of your own internal chaos with double the intensity. Your suppressed desires will create vivid, hallucinated images inside your brain that are far more dangerous than the external reality. You cannot conquer your senses through suppression, because your senses are the natural, beautiful windows through which the divine consciousness experiences its own creation. To close these windows through force is a crime against your own nature. Patanjali's pratyahara is a spontaneous phenomena that happens as a direct consequence of your inner centering. The word pratyahara literally means returning back to the source, a redirection of your food energy. Right now, Your consciousness is constantly flowing outward through your senses, chasing external objects, looking for fulfillment in things that are outside your being. Your energy is completely dependent on outer stimuli. Pratyahara happens when your inner center becomes so magnetic, so blissfully beautiful through the practice of asana and pranayam that your senses naturally lose their interest in the outer world. They turn inward, spontaneously attracted by the immense sweetness of your own soul. It is exactly like a tortoise that naturally, effortlessly withdraws its limbs into its cell whenever it wants to rest. It does not fight its legs, it does not torture its muscles, it simply draws its energy back into its center because it feels perfectly safe, perfectly whole within its own protective frame. When true pratyahara happens, your eyes are wide open, but you do not look for anything. Your ears hear every sound down the street, but you do not grasp at it. You remain a pure, unperturbed mirror, completely anchored in your own non-moving source, completely free from the slavery of external objects. With the arrival of Pratyahara, the boundary of Bahiranga Yoga is completed, and you cross the threshold into Antaranga Yoga, the ultimate inner core of the science, which consists of dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. Patanjali treats these three limbs as a single continuous vertical movement of consciousness, and he gives this triad a specific majestic name, samyama. Samyama is the ultimate weapon of the yogi, the tool through which all the mysteries of existence are laid bare. But traditional spiritual commercialism has completely falsified these three states by turning them into forced mental exercises, into techniques of intense visualization and synthetic concentration. They tell you to sit down, pick a point on the wall or an image of a deity or a candle flame, and force your mind to stare at it without moving. They tell you that if a thought arises, you must fight it, crush it, and pull your attention back to the object through sheer willpower. Let me tell you, this traditional concentration is not meditation at all. It is an aggressive narrowing of your mind, a forced exclusion of reality. When you force your mind to focus on a single object through intense willpower, you are simply strengthening your egoistic intellect. You create a state of high mental tension, a psychological split between the controller and the controlled. This traditional concentration can make you incredibly efficient in the marketplace. It can give you a powerful memory. It can make you a great scientist or an executive, but it will never bring you to spiritual liberation. It keeps your mind active, tense, and deeply bound to an object. It is an absolute fake because it prevents the mind from dissolving into the vast, objectless sky of pure consciousness. Patanjali's dharana is not a forced concentration. It is the art of centering your attention without any tension. He defines dharana as the binding of the mind to a single area or a localized space. You simply choose an internal point, perhaps the center of your heart, or the space between your eyebrows, or the tip of your nose, and you gently allow your awareness to rest there. There is no struggle, no violence against your thoughts. If a thought arises, you do not fight it. You simply watch it with the same cool detachment as you watch a cloud passing across the mountain peak. You maintain a soft, relaxed, and spacious focus. And when this dharana becomes mature, when your awareness stays gathered at this inner space without any effort, it naturally ripens into the seventh limb, which is dhyana, true meditation. Patanjali defines dhyana with an incredibly beautiful scientific metaphor. It is an unbroken, continuous flow of awareness toward that single area, like the pouring of oil from one vessel to another. Look at the image of pouring oil. When you pour water from a glass, it falls in separate, choppy drops, creating a splattering noise. But when you pour thick, refined oil, it falls in a perfectly smooth, unbroken, and silent stream. There are no gaps, no interruptions, no disturbances. This is true dhyana. It happens when the distance between your thoughts increases so much that the gaps completely swallow the words. Your awareness becomes a continuous, silent river of attention that flows into reality without a single ripple of distraction. You are no longer trying to meditate, you are in a state of meditation. The controller has completely vanished, leaving only a pure, uninterrupted stream of pure witnessing. And when this dhyana reaches its absolute supreme maturity, it explodes into the final, ultimate limb, samadhi. Patanjali defines samadhi as that state where the object alone shines forth in its pristine purity and the mind loses its own separate identity, becoming as it were completely empty. This is the ultimate destination of human consciousness, the supreme void where the circle of fire stops forever and the inner witness stands alone in its unshakable, birthless glory. In Samadhi, there is no longer an ego that says, I am meditating, I am experiencing peace. The meditator has died completely. The boundary between the inside and the outside has dissolved into absolute non-duality. You are no longer separate from the universe. You are the universe itself, vibrating in total harmony with the uncreated music of the cosmos. This is not a state that can be purchased in the marketplace or attained through the physical torture of traditional yoga or bought through the flattering words of traditional prayers. It is a radical scientific revelation of that which already is, waiting for you in the ultimate depths of your own silent being. This total dissolution in Samadhi is not an isolation from life, it is the ultimate expansion into life. When you disappear as a separate, isolated ego, you do not become a non-entity, you become the total entity. The drop does not vanish when it falls into the ocean. It simply loses its tiny, fragile boundaries and becomes the ocean itself. But this transition is terrifying to the insidious mind, because the mind can only exist within boundaries, within definitions, within the narrow walls of the known. The mind is constantly asking, if I disappear completely, if my ego is shattered, then who will live? Who will enjoy the bliss? Who will walk in the world? This very question is the last defense of your noisy ego. It wants to survive even in the ultimate dimension. It wants to be there to witness its own enlightenment, to pat itself on the back and say, now I have achieved the highest state of yoga. Look at what happens when you experience a temporary glimpse of deep silence, perhaps while watching a beautiful sunset or sitting quietly by a river. For a single second, the thoughts stop. The insidious mind is suspended, and an overwhelming wave of peace washes over your being. But the very next second, the mind bounces back with immense speed and says, wow, that was a magnificent experience. I felt so peaceful, so ecstatic. In that very moment of verbalization, the experience is killed. The mind has stepped in, captured the living reality, turned it into a dead memory, and handed it over to the ego as a trophy. The ego immediately uses this memory to project a new desire into the future, saying, I must practice more meditation tomorrow so I can catch that beautiful state again. You are right back into the mechanical loop of hope and tomorrow. You have turned even a glimpse of no mind into a new fuel for the mind. This is why Patanjali's science is so strict, so uncompromisingly rigorous. He walks you through every single layer of your inner machinery, because he knows how insidious the human mind is. It can hide in the most holy places. It can quote itself in the most beautiful spiritual language. To understand how the mind reconstructs itself after these moments of quietness, you must understand the nature of the deepest layer of your psyche, which Patanjali calls the samskaras, the latent impressions, the unconscious seeds of your past actions and desires. Every time you react to a situation with anger, greed, or fear, you are not just performing an outer action, you are digging a deep, invisible groove into your unconscious soil. Even when your surface mind becomes perfectly calm and still during a true asana or a deep state of concentration, these hidden grooves remain completely untouched beneath the surface. They are like sleeping volcanoes. On the surface, the mountain looks peaceful, covered in beautiful green grass and quiet trees. But deep in the subterranean cellars, the molten lava of your unfulfilled desires is boiling, waiting for the right atmospheric pressure to explode and destroy your surface peace. Patanjali maps out the evolution of samadhi into distinct stages to help you see through this hidden danger. He talks about sabija samadhi, which means samadhi with seed. This is a state of immense inner peace, a condition where your active thoughts have stopped. Your breathing is perfectly synchronized, and your inner lake reflects a beautiful, tranquil light. You feel a deep wave of bliss, ananda, and you believe you have reached the ultimate destination. But Patanjali warns you that this state is still sabija. The seeds of your past karma, your unconscious samskaras, are still alive in the dark soil of your psyche. They are simply dormant, sleeping in a state of suspended animation. If you leave your meditation cave and return to the marketplace, if someone insults you or triggers your old conditioning, those sleeping seeds will immediately wake up, and your beautiful surface peace will vanish in a single second. This is the tragic trap of traditional yoga and orthodox religious retreats. People spend months in isolated monasteries or ashrams practicing controlled breathing and mechanical chanting, feeling incredibly holy and peaceful. But the moment they return to their families, to their businesses, and face the raw pressures of daily life, their holiness evaporates like mist in the morning sun. They become just as angry, just as greedy, and just as competitive as they ever were, because their samadhi was merely a temporary sedation of the surface mind, leaving the deep seeds completely intact. The ultimate breakthrough happens only when you transition from sabija samadhi to nirbija samadhi, the absolute seedless liberation. Nirbija samadhi is not a state of controlled quietness. It is an absolute fire of pure, undiluted awareness that burns the very soil of your unconscious mind. When your witness becomes a continuous, laser-like beam of choiceless attention, it penetrates into the deepest, darkest basements of your psyche. It exposes every single hidden groove, every ancestral trauma, every insidious desire to the intense light of your consciousness. And a miraculous thing happens when an unconscious seed is exposed to pure, non-judgmental awareness. It cannot survive. Just as a seed cannot grow if you dig it out of the dark earth and expose it to the blazing sun, your unconscious samskaras lose their power completely when they are brought into the light of your witness. They are burnt to absolute ash. When your inner soil is completely freed from these latent seeds, there is nothing left to pull your consciousness back into the mechanical loops of the mind. The gravity of your desires loses its hold upon your soul. You enter a state of permanent, unsackable freedom. This is the real meaning of Kaivalya, the absolute, pristine independence of the witness. Traditional religions and conventional moralists are absolutely terrified of this seedless dissolution, because their entire empire is built upon keeping you trapped in the intermediate stages of guilt, fear, and dependency. Why do the priests and the politicians need you to remain uncentered? Because an uncentered person is a helpless slave who can be easily manipulated, pre-programmed, and exploited. If you are full of fear and guilt, you will naturally run to the church, to the temple, to the mosque, begging the priest to pray to his projected God on your behalf. You will give donations, you will buy holy water, you will perform exhausting rituals, and you will follow every stupid social rule just to buy a false sense of security. The traditional priest does not want you to become a fully liberated yogi, because a yogi is completely independent. A yogi has no need for a temple, no need for a scripture, no need for an intermediary, and no need for a projected cosmic father figure. A yogi stands alone in his own light, completely free from the social conditioning of the crowd. He cannot be bribed through the hope of heaven, and he cannot be frightened through the terror of hell. He has discovered that both heaven and hell are just insidious fabrications of the human mind, designed to keep the crowd in a state of perpetual obedience. Let me tell you a beautiful story of an old Sufi mystic to illustrate this profound difference between the business of traditional religion and the freedom of the witness. One day, a famous king went to visit a silent mystic who lived in a small hut on the edge of the desert. The king was full of worldly pride, but he was also deeply anxious about his future, about his death, and about his place in the next world. He stood before the mystic and said, "I am a great emperor. I have conquered many nations, and I have built massive monuments. Tell me, what must I do to ensure that I will find a place of absolute glory in paradise?" The mystic looked at the king with a deep, silent smile and said nothing. The king became impatient and said, "Why do you remain silent? I am ready to give half my wealth to the poor. I am ready to fund 1,000 prayers in the grand mosque. I am ready to do any sacrifice you demand." The mystic sighed, shook his head, and said, "O king, your prayers, your sacrifices, and your charity are nothing but an insidious transaction of your ego. You are trying to buy the next world with the currency of this world. You want to remain a king even in heaven. But let me tell you, the gates of reality do not open for those who bring their wealth or their holiness. They open only for those who are willing to become absolute nobodies. Unless you are ready to drop your crown, drop your titles, and dissolve your ego completely into this empty desert air, your prayers are absolutely fake. They are just a loud noise to hide your deep terror of being nothing. Look at your own life, my friends. Why are you so terrified of being a nobody? Why are you constantly running down the street, working yourself to exhaustion, trying to pile up titles, wealth, and social validation? It is because your uncentered inner crowd is terrified of the vast emptiness that lies beneath your surface personality. You think that if you stop running, if you stop projecting your hopes into the tomorrow, you will drop into a terrifying vacuum. So you keep yourself frantically active from morning until night. And when you get tired of worldly ambition, you simply transfer the exact same ambition, the exact same competitive drive into the spiritual world. You start running after spiritual achievements. You want to become the most disciplined yogi, the most peaceful meditator, the most enlightened master in the ashram. You turn the path of yoga into another corporate ladder, another athletic competition, where you can prove your willpower and dominate others. This is why traditional Hatha Yoga has turned into an absolute chamber of physical torture. The contemporary world has taken Patanjali's beautiful organic science and turned it into an ego-driven mechanical exercise program. People go to these modern studios and force their bodies into aggressive, violent shapes, sweating and panting, screaming inside with muscular pain, believing that this aggressive struggle is a form of purification. They are treating their physical frame not as a sacred temple of the divine, but as an enemy that must be conquered, defeated, and bent to the tyrannical will of their minds. This traditional approach builds a thick, muscular, and psychological armor around your being. It makes you rigid, insensitive, and stiff. The great psychologist Wilhelm Reich discovered in his modern research that when a human being suppresses his emotions, his fears, and his sexual energy, that suppression manifests directly as physical rigidity in the muscles. The body becomes tight, hard, and armored to prevent the repressed material from rising into the conscious mind. Traditional yoga, when practiced as an aggressive discipline, simply tightens this character armor. It helps you build a highly controlled synthetic ego cell that protects you from experiencing the chaotic fluidity of life. You become a dead monument of willpower, completely closed to the delicate, dancing, and overflowing currents of the cosmic energy. You cannot feel love. You cannot feel spontaneous joy. And you cannot experience true relaxation, because your whole organism is in a state of perpetual defensive warfare against its own nature. Patanjali's true science of yoga is completely opposed to this violent armor. His definition of an asana is an invitation to absolute vulnerability, absolute softness, and absolute surrender. Sthira Sukham Asanam. Posture means total comfort, total ease, total effortless relaxation. You do not fight your body, you melt into it. You do not force your spine to bend like a piece of iron. You allow it to settle into its natural equilibrium, like a weeping willow tree bending gracefully in the wind. When you sit in a truly comfortable posture, your body becomes so relaxed, so harmonious, that all physical tensions spontaneously evaporate. The boundary between your skin and the surrounding air begins to blur. You experience your physical frame not as a heavy, separate object, but as a light, transparent, and floating wave of energy. And when this physical stillness happens naturally, without any frantically effort, your breath also enters a state of profound harmonization. You cross the boundary into true pranayam, which is not the forced, violent blocking of your nostrils, but the spontaneous suspension of the respiratory movement. The breath becomes so thin, so quiet, so delicate, that it stops moving outward into the atmosphere. It turns inward, dissolving into the silent reservoir of your vital life force at the very center of your being. This is the moment where your awareness naturally detaches itself from the external senses. You enter true pratyahar. The windows of your house do not close because you have violently smashed them with a hammer. They close because the winter has passed. The sun is shining inside, and there is no longer any need to look outside for warmth. Your energy naturally returns back to its primordial home. From this pristine threshold of pratyahar, you enter the sacred triad of inner yoga, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. And Patanjali gives you a specific razor sharp tool to navigate this inner flight, the practice of pure witnessing, or sakshan. You must understand very clearly the difference between controlling your mind and witnessing your mind. Traditional paths are entirely based on control, on suppression, on creating a tyrannical dictator inside your head who tells your thoughts what to do. The traditional seeker sits down, closes his eyes, and tries to force his mind to stay focused on a single object, like a candle flame or a mantra. The moment a wandering thought enters his consciousness, he gets irritated. He labels it as a distraction, as a sin, and he forcefully drags his attention back to the object. This is a state of constant, stressful civil war. The mind is trying to run away, and the controller is trying to pull it back. This process does not bring peace. It simply exhausts your nervous system, leaving you mentally depleted, and frustrated. Witnessing is completely different. In witnessing, there is no controller, no judge, no evaluation, and no choice. You do not try to focus on anything. You simply sit quietly with your body perfectly comfortable, and you open the doors of your awareness wide. You look at your mind with the exact same neutrality, the exact same detachment, as you would look at the clouds floating across the vast blue sky. If a cloud of anger arises, you do not say, "This is bad, I shouldn't be angry, I am a great meditator, why am I feeling this?" That is the voice of the controller, the voice of the ego. A true witness simply observes the anger, registering its presence with absolute scientific coldness, saying within himself, "A wave of heat, a wave of irritation is passing through my psychology right now." You do not identify with it. You do not say, "I am angry." You stay apart from it. You remain the mirror. Imagine a clean, pristine glass mirror standing on the side of a road. A beautiful person walks past the mirror. The mirror reflects the beauty perfectly, without any attachment, without trying to grab the person and hold them inside the glass. The next moment, an ugly, distorted face passes by the mirror. The mirror reflects the ugliness with the exact same clarity, without any disgust, without any judgment, and without trying to push the face away. And the next single second, the road is completely empty. The mirror reflects the empty space, remaining perfectly content, perfectly clean, and perfectly still in its own nature. The mirror does not become beautiful because it reflected beauty. It does not become toxic because it reflected ugliness. It remains untouched. This is exactly what Saksan means. Your consciousness is the pristine mirror, and your thoughts, your emotions, your memories, and your kleshas are just the passing faces on the road. When you practice this non-judgmental witnessing continuously, nairantarya, for a very long time, and with absolute love and devotion, a grand psychological miracle happens spontaneously. Because you are no longer giving your energy, your interest, and your identification to the passing thoughts. They lose their food supply. Your thoughts are not independent entities. They feed exclusively on your identification. Every time you say, "I am angry" or "I am sad," you are pouring your vital life force into that specific wave, making it solid, powerful, and continuous. The moment you withdraw your identification, the moment you look at the thought as a separate passing phenomenon, the thought loses its fuel. It starts slowing down. The rotation of your insidious inner crowd begins to lose its momentum. Slowly, effortlessly, magnificent gaps of absolute silence begin to open up between your thoughts. A thought passes, and before the next thought arises, there is a space of pure vacancy, a space of absolute stillness, where there are no words, no images, and no projections. In that gap, for the first time in your life, you taste the ultimate luxury of your own non-being. You experience the majestic, unmoving space of your true soul. This is the transition from dharana to dhyana. In dharana, the gaps are small, and you still have to maintain a soft focus to stay centered. But in dhyana, the gap becomes an unbroken, continuous river of silent awareness. The separate drops of your attention dissolve into a single smooth stream of pure poured oil. You do not have to make any effort to remain silent. The silence is holding you. It has become your shadow. And when this dhyana reaches its ultimate, cosmic maturity, it explodes into the final dimension of samadhi, the absolute cessation of the mind. In samadhi, even the subtle mirror of your intellect dissolves into the vast sky of existence. There is no longer an observer standing on the shore, watching the lake of consciousness. The observer has jumped into the water and drowned completely. There is only the stillness, only the transparency, only the boundless space of the divine reality. You realize that your entire life up to now, with all its worldly ambition, its traditional prayers, its mechanical rituals, and its aggressive physical tortures, was nothing but a long, complicated nightmare born out of your self-forgetfulness. You have finally awakened from the dream. You are established in your own pristine nature, standing as a deathless, birthless, and infinite sky of pure consciousness, completely beyond the reach of time and misery. When you are established in this infinite sky, a profound paradox arises that the logical intellect can never comprehend. To the ordinary mind, it seems that once you have reached the ultimate peak, once you have attained the state of fully enlightened no-mind, all disciplines should immediately drop away. You think that an enlightened master should live in a state of absolute, chaotic lawlessness, completely free from any structure or patterns. But if you observe a true master, you will see that his life follows a most exquisite, beautiful, and precise order. He moves in a certain way, he sits in a certain way, He eats with deep mindfulness, and his entire existence remains wrapped in a majestic harmony. One of Buddha's close disciples, Purnakashyap, once came to him with this exact confusion. He looked at Buddha and said, "Bhante, we see that you still follow a strict discipline. You wake up at a certain hour. You walk with immense alertness. You hold your begging bowl with deep grace, and you behave with absolute rectitude. You have already become enlightened. You have already crossed the ocean of misery and shattered your insidious ego. So why do you still carry this discipline?" Buddha smiled and gave a most revolutionary answer. He said, "Purnakashyap, it has become so ingrained that now I am not following the discipline. The discipline is following me. It has become my shadow. I no longer need to think about it. I no longer have to make any effort to be alert or graceful. It is simply there, always present, flowing out of my nature as a spontaneous undercurrent. This is the ultimate secret of true anusasanam. The end is always hidden in the very beginning. The grand sprawling banyan tree is completely implied within the tiny, silent seed. And when that tree reaches its full maturity, it naturally produces new seeds. The beginning and the end are not two separate, isolated points on a line. They are the two poles of one single organic phenomena. You have to practice discipline in the beginning because your mind is an uncentered, noisy crowd. And you need a conscious effort to find your center. But when that center is finally found, when you dissolve completely into the absolute silence of samadhi, that discipline does not vanish. It turns into your very nature. It ceases to be a forced routine and becomes a spontaneous celebration of your being. You do not have to try to be silent. Your whole existence becomes a silent melody. You do not have to try to be loving. Love becomes the very radiation of your presence. But to allow this magnificent inner flowering to happen, you must recognize the catastrophic forces that are constantly working to keep you trapped in your mechanical conditioning. And the most powerful, most organized force on this earth is human society. You must understand very deeply that society is not your friend. It is an artificial, mechanical collective designed to exploit your potential for its own survival. Whole humanity is crushed, and the chariot of civilization goes on, completely unconcerned with your individual soul. Every social structure has its own massive, insidious investments It needs you to be a predictable, efficient, and obedient cog in its economic and political machinery. It does not want you to become a fully conscious, independent yogi, because a conscious person can never be turned into a slave. Society thrives on your fear, your greed, and your psychological dependency. It trains you from your very childhood to live for the expectations of others, to ignore your deepest inner needs, and to sacrifice your present moments for a false, socially approved future. Look at how you have been manufactured by your education, your religion, and your family culture. You are constantly running around, frantically chasing after titles, wealth, and moral respectability. Not because these things bring joy to your heart, but because you have been pre-programmed to believe that your value depends on the validation of the crowd. You have completely forgotten your own unique path. You are trying to live someone else's life. You are trying to fulfill someone else's dream. And this total alienation from your own source is the root cause of your deep existential frustration. You feel empty, you feel anxious, and you feel like an absolute failure, even when you achieve all the goals that society has set for you, because your soul cannot be nourished by plastic trophies. You must realize this, watch this, and become intensely aware of this inner mechanism. You are not here to fulfill anybody else's expectations. You are here exclusively for your own thing, for your own unique flowering, and for your own ultimate fulfillment. Make your inner transformation the primary, absolute base of your life, and do not bother about anything else. When you see the utter insanity of this collective machinery, a dangerous temptation often arises within your mind. The temptation to become a political revolutionary, an activist, or a social reformer. You look at the corruption of the world. You look at the cruelty of the social chariots, and your ego says, I must go out and fight this system. I must destroy this corrupt structure and build a new paradise for humanity. But let me warn you with the absolute strict coldness of a scientist. This revolutionary drive is just another trap of your insidious inner crowd. It is the exact same egoistic ambition disguised in the holy garb of social justice. Why do all political revolutions in history fail so tragically? Why does every revolution simply replace one tyranny with another, often far more brutal than the last? because the revolutionaries themselves are completely uncentered inside. They are full of the exact same hidden greed, the exact same thirst for power, and the exact same mechanical violence as the dictators they are trying to overthrow. They change the outer political laws, they change the flags, and they change the names of the institutions, but the human beings running the new system remain exactly the same primitive, fear driven organisms. True rebellion is not political, it is spiritual. It is not an outer warfare against the state or the church. It is a quiet, radical dropping out of society's psychological investments within your own heart. You do not need to fight the mad people who are all around you, because if you fight them, you will naturally absorb their madness and become just like them. You simply need to realize that their games have absolutely no meaning for your inner growth. You drop out of their investments by refusing to use their currency of fear, guilt, and pride. You stop looking for their respectability. You stop fearing their condemnation, and you step off their competitive corporate ladders. You become completely indifferent to their social programming. This is not an act of anti-social anger. It is an act of supreme inner hygiene. You are simply protecting your delicate inner seed from being crushed by the mechanical weight of the collective chariot, ensuring that your energy remains fully available for the ultimate vertical flight into consciousness. And when you drop these artificial social investments, when you stop living for the expectations of the crowd, an incredibly beautiful thing happens spontaneously. Love becomes so simple. Nothing is more simple than that. Right now, your concept of love is completely toxic, a noisy mess of attachment, jealousy, possessiveness, and constant negotiation. You think you love someone, but if you look deep into your psychology, you will see that your love is just an insidious business deal. You are demanding that the other person fulfill your emotional voids. You are trying to control their freedom, and you are constantly terrified that they will leave you. Society has completely poisoned the well of love by transforming it into a legal, respectable institution called marriage. Why does society insist on marriage? Because love is wild, unpredictable, flowing, and completely uncontrollable. Love obeys no social laws, and a person who is deeply in love is completely content within himself. He cannot be manipulated by the politicians or the priests. Society is terrified of real love, so it replaces it with a dead, institutionalized duty, a frozen relationship that kills the spontaneous joy of the heart. True love requires no institutions, no promises, and no conditions. It arises naturally only when your mind has settled into its own unshakable center, when you are perfectly content to be completely alone, when you do not need the other person to fill your emptiness, when you are already overflowing with your own inner bliss, then your love is no longer a beggar's demand. It becomes a king's gift. You share your energy simply because you have too much of it, like a rain cloud that must pour its waters upon the earth. And this authentic love demands a radical, total surrender. It is the ultimate death of your noisy ego. You cannot love if you are constantly trying to protect your pride, constantly trying to dominate, or constantly calculation your investments. You must be willing to dissolve completely into the presence of the other, allowing your separate boundaries to melt away like blocks of ice in the warm summer sun. Allow this magnificent surrender to happen, because there is absolutely nothing else of real value that can happen to you in this life. If you do not allow love and surrender to shatter your ego, your entire existence will be completely wasted. You will live like a dry plastic flower, looking very respectable from the outside, but completely barren of fragrance, completely devoid of life. And if you have the immense courage to allow this inner melting to take place, many more cosmic dimensions immediately become possible for you. One thing naturally leads to another in the exact mathematics of the soul. True love always leads directly to prayer. This is the profound reason why Jesus insisted with such passionate urgency that God is love. He did not mean that God is a separate person who feels love. He meant that the very experience of unconditional love, the very state of total ego effacement and absolute surrender, is what the ancient mystics have called the divine reality. When you love so deeply that you disappear as a separate entity, that very emptiness turns into the highest prayer. This is the ultimate convergence where Patanjali's strict science of yoga meets the ultimate ecstasy of the mystics. Whether you walk the path of razor-sharp discrimination, systematically separating the witness from the changing modifications of the mind, or whether you walk the path of total devotion, surrendering your small ego to the supreme archetype of Ishvara, the destination remains exactly the same: the total unconditional cessation of your insidious inner crowd. Traditional yoga and conventional prayers are absolutely fake, because they are designed to protect you from this terrifying, magnificent death. They give you physical postures to satisfy your pride and holy words to drug your anxieties, allowing you to remain exactly as you are while pretending to be spiritual. True yoga is an absolute fire that accepts no compromises, a dangerous journey that demands your total destruction so that your eternal deathless nature can finally be revealed. Drop all the illusions of tomorrow. Step out of the mechanical investments of the crowds and allow your awareness to settle right here and now into the absolute pristine silence of your own soul. You can access our ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Modes, from the descriptions at the very end of this part.